the contrary. When I cross-examined the then executive director for BTAs, he testified that what my client did was exactly what she was supposed to be doing. And I asked him, and again, this is page 78 of the trial transcript. Question: the students all indicated to the administrator, to the behavioral specialist, with respect to their statements as to the March 11th fight, and indicated that it was resolved. You would agree with me that no BTA was required to be initiated, correct? Answer: if the administrator was not aware of the threat? Question: yes. Answer: yes. He would not have to conduct a behavioral threat assessment. That's your witness. And again, I too think the facts are straightforward. I too think the facts are simple. And with respect to the March 11th incident, policy gave the administrator the discretion to determine whether or not it was a threat. It's exactly what she was trained to do. The policy, and again, she wasn't charged with respect to the anonymous call. This was a after the fact, you should have done a BTA and then gone back in time as to the March 11th fight. But nonetheless, as part of the record, in terms of the anonymous phone call, that too was examined. That too was determined not to be worthy of doing a BTA at that time. Those are the facts, and they're undisputed. And nobody came in and testified that, yes, I made the decision and what she did was incorrect. Not the then former executive director of BTAs, and not the then former director. So what happened is the principal, who too did his job, and notably, the purported charges against that principal have never been submitted to the board. Why not? I suspect that they know that the charges against the principal are unfounded. But even so, at that point in time, the principal was directed to administer the discipline. That's undisputed. Principal Howard may have signed that disciplinary sheet, but he was directed to do that. And that was from left field by a former director who said, because you implemented a safety plan, that means per se, well, there had to be a threat assessment. And her reasoning at that time was, well, the governor was prohibiting remote learning, which again, this doesn't have anything to do with COVID. This doesn't have anything to do with the purported protections from some 2 years ago. This was a safety plan that the principal had implemented several times in the past. And simply because a safety plan is implemented by the administrator does not mean, as just presented, that per se a threat assessment is required. You can certainly not have a threat or not have substantial evidence to corroborate a threat and still implement a safety plan. We all know that. But that was the pretext to say, well, you need to go back 6 weeks later and issue a BTA. And again, as we know from our training, as we know from the policy then and now under 2130, the 24-hour time period relates to the threat, not a directive. So when you have the threat, you're supposed to respond within 24 hours to that purported threat, which again, not that my client did nothing is characterized. On March 11th and March 22nd, she did that. So lastly, in terms of, as I mentioned before, how this case was charged, the paragraphs which were just read to you in pertinent part, and as the administrative law judge correctly found, and I think the administrative law judge did correctly issue her conclusions of law and found within the scope of her authority and didn't go outside of that, she did exactly what she was asked to do. She was asked to examine whether or not my client completed the required BTAs within the specified 24-hour time period. And what the administrative law judge pointed out, albeit correctly, is that the policy doesn't require the BTA, at least back then. Now it's changed with the new policy. But it didn't require back then that the BTA be completed within 24 hours. So her question was, where does that come from in the policy? Point to me in 2130 where it required the BTA to be completed in 24 hours. That was her reasoning. And I think it's spot on. And by the way, so we can all sleep at night. The assistant principal in this case, as I've mentioned in our moving papers, as I mentioned in the response to the exceptions, as I argued successfully at trial, did what she was trained to do. She analyzed whether the fight was a threat. She followed the recommendations from the team members. And she acted in accordance with policy 2130. So Accordingly, there is no basis here to reverse the administrative law judge's findings in the recommended order. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitelock. Can you put 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock for the rebuttal for Ms. Hicken? Please.
I'm sorry?
Ms. Hicken's rebuttal, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to make a couple of short points. First of all, there was no interference with the BTA process, and Principal Howard wasn't asked to do that. There was no going back in time. They weren't being asked to go back and do a BTA over what happened on March 11th or what happened on March 30th. Well, the point that was made by Dr. Shaw-Roll is Principal Howard expressed a concern about the safety of his campus with these girls on the campus. She said, if you have that concern, you need to bring them back and you need to do a BTA. It was for that point in time. It was not to go backwards. That's all they were asked to do. And Principal Howard directed the respondent to go ahead and do that, and she didn't do it for 6 or 7 days. Whether it's 24 hours to complete or 24 hours to respond, she did nothing. The next point I'd like to make is that, she was charged with a violation of 2130. And 2130 talks about you have 24 hours to respond. And the policy 2130 also talks about the training that all of our administrators receive and everybody who's on these BTA teams. And it refers to, the policy doesn't refer to the policy manual, but the policy manual is what they learn in training. And with respect to that, she's had notice of the allegations of a violation of policy 2130. That's what the notice was that she was given in the administrative complaint. She violated policy 2130. She didn't respond at all for 6 or 7 days to the direction that she was given on April 19th. And to suggest that the principal cannot direct the BTA team to go ahead and do a BTA is really kind of a fallacy. I mean, just because an administrator doesn't witness a threat, it doesn't mean the BTA doesn't go forward. They get reports of a threat, and then they're charged with going to go ahead and do the BTA process on that threat. So Principal Howard told the administrative principal, or assistant principal, listen, this is what we need to do the BTA. We now need to do a BTA. We're bringing these girls back on campus. Thank you.
Thank you. So it would be appropriate this time for the board to have a discussion on the item and make a motion to reject or accept the exceptions. Any of my colleagues have any comments?
Yes, Madam Chair, but I prefer to wait and go towards the end.
That's it, you're up. You're the end.
Okay. All right, thank you. I just would like to discuss and give you my comments on what I'm hearing. I think basically what we're looking at is a potential explosive situation. Could have gone either way. It could have been a danger, it could have not been a danger. But asking us to consider facts in hindsight and saying, but it didn't amount to anything this time. We can't rely on this time. We have to investigate every time because our priority is to keep our children and our campuses safe. I think in addition, had this a BTA being performed, we would have been in a much better position to assess and see the situation in its entirety. The fact that Principal Howard directed Smith to do a BTA is equivalent to a fire chief directing his crew. If a fire chief has concerns about the safety of individuals and you go to someone's home and you're there responding to a fire, you don't take action 6 or 7 days later. And this is what this was. This was a fire waiting to be put out. You don't take 6 or 7 days to assess whether there's an imminent danger of that fire spreading within that household. And that's what we're looking at here. We're looking if there was a potential possibility that this could escalate. And this fire wasn't put out. So, especially in light of the principal expressing his feelings, that he was not comfortable, and he would actually put in his words that he was questioning the safety of the campus and the students, I don't consider 6 or 7 days later appropriately responding. And I don't think it's reasonable to interpret the definition of responding as doing nothing until a disaster results. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the comment was made that policy 2130 at that time did not clearly indicate 24 hours. So I just want to clarify that with the staff. The policy as it was at that time in 2022, March, did it clearly indicate a 24-hour response time?
Ms. Batista?
The policy at the time stated respond, not complete. Those, I think that's what one of the things that the ALJ took issue with. It was that the policy stated to respond within 24 hours. It did not say to complete the BTA within 24 hours.
Okay, so the policy at the time did state to respond within 24 hours, but not necessarily complete, right? That's what you're saying. Okay, so based on what I've heard, it appears to me that the AP, at the time when the incident occurred, March 11th, diligently tried to determine if a BTA should be done, and it was indicated to him rather by the BTA team and others that there was lack of information to do so at the time. The policy to me seems not completely definitive as to what the time span is or what it means complete versus initiate the process. There seems to be too many gray areas, and it seems like there was an attempt by the AP to really do what's required based upon the information presented to me. And at the time, it was determined that there was a lack of information, which led the AP to believe that a BTA was not necessary at the time. And later on, a BTA was then directed, and the issue in question is the time frame. I would say that my concern is that the policy is not, in my opinion, at the time is not completely clear, and at the same time I believe the AP did attempt to follow the process, and so for me there's just enough doubt for me to want to uphold the administrative law judge.
Mrs. Hickson? Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. I just have a quick question. Was the AP suspended because she didn't follow the direction of the principal, or was she suspended because she didn't do a BTA from March 11th?
Ms. Batista?
I think that's a question for Ms. Hicken and the charging document, what the assistant principal was charged with.
She was suspended for not timely completing the BTA process when she was told to do so on the 19th and didn't do so until the 26th and the 27th.
So it's based on April 19th, the principal directing her on that day. It's not about March 11th and the incident that I just want to.
That's correct. That is completely the position we took at the hearing, yes.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
May I respond for a second to that, or no? Yes?
Yes.
If I may, real
And
quick.
just speak into the microphone, please.
Sorry. There was no charge of insubordination in this case, right, which they could have clearly charged her for failing to follow the purported directive from the principal. What the charge was is that she didn't complete the BTAs in April related to the March 11th fight, that the team, the psych services, and law enforcement, who she conferred with, said it wasn't a threat. So there wasn't even smoke in terms of there being a fire. Everybody, including the district, told her that it wasn't a threat. Then, again, 6 weeks later, somebody with no personal knowledge, only because a safety plan was administered. And again, the record is clear. Board members, that there wasn't any evidence to corroborate the threat. So in an abundance of caution, which this school and many other schools have done, a safety plan was implemented. So the director, the then former director, said, well, if there's a safety plan, there has to be a BTA. And of course, that's not true. That's incorrect. And it was testified to by the executive director for BTAs at the hearing. Simply because there's a safety plan doesn't mean that a BTA has to automatically be done. So to answer your question directly, there was no insubordination charge. And the April directive related to the March 11th fight.
May I respond?
Let's go to the next board member question. Ms. Rupert?
My questions were pretty much on the same line as Ms. Hickson, trying to figure out the timing. So you guys just answered that, so I'm okay. Thank you.
Ms. Hickson?
I don't know if this is an appropriate question. It's usually me that asks the inappropriate ones. Why was the AP not charged with insubordination? Why was it determined to focus on the BTA as opposed to insubordination?
I don't draft the administrative complaints, but I will say, insubordination, you know, she did do the BTAs. She just didn't do them timely. So in looking at the administrative complaint, it's not necessary to bring a charge of insubordination because really the charge is a timeliness.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. I'm aware of the challenge in an instance like this to make what in the end turns out to be a subjective decision about something that we would love to be objective. Is this, in fact, a threat that deserves to do a behavioral threat assessment? I'm confident that the training that people get is solid and that there are resources available from the district to help do that. I'm concerned about one point of fact, though, because our policy that we approve directed the behavioral threat assessment team at each school to respond within 24 hours. And I'm curious, Chair, if you've seen any evidence that there was a response within 24 hours.
Ms. Batista?
Ms. Eakin?
With respect to this case, I mean, you know, Mr. Whitelock keeps saying that, you know, nobody with any personal knowledge testified. But Dr. Shaw-Roll did testify, and she had the conversation with Principal Howard. And Principal Howard said he was concerned for the safety of his campus. That's why she directed the BTA. There wasn't a response time in doing the BTAs. Howard directed the AP to do this on the 19th, and she didn't do it till the 26th or the 27th. If you want to go back to the March 11th fight, I think they did what they needed to do with that. They thought the issue was over with. So there was no need to do the BTA. Every time there's a fight, you don't have to do a BTA. They think the issue is resolved, and there's not going to be anything further, then nothing has to be done. The March 30 incident, when the parent came in and complained about anonymous phone calls being received by the students, BTA should have been done then, and it wasn't done until 11 days later, Principal Howard said, you know, I feel uneasy about this. Convene the BTA team. They convened it 11 days later, but then never filled out any of the paperwork. Why, I have no idea, but she was not written up for that.
I just, I'm curious, Chair, if we could allow opposing counsel to answer the same question?
Yes? So I appreciate the question, and I think it's on the salient point. The purported threat that was charged in the administrative complaint relates to the March 11th fight. Again, within 24 hours, it was responded to. She convened the team members, everybody spoke, and they assessed whether or not indeed it was a threat under the then 2130 policy. Everybody, including psych services, which is all undisputed, said it wasn't a threat. Council just said, for the first time, they had no problem with what occurred on March 11th. So it begs the question then, why are we here? We're here because somebody outside the perspective of what occurred directed for some reason a principal. If you have any questions about what the principal was thinking, read his transcript. It's one of the exhibits in the hearing. It's illuminating. He didn't agree with the discipline, didn't agree with the directive. He was forced to do it. And so he did it. But everything up until that point, including the principal, they conferred with the district who said it didn't warrant a BTA. However, what did the principal do, which he's done several times? An exemplary principal, a highly effective principal, a respected principal. He implemented a safety plan because they didn't know what was going on, right? To the fire analogy, he put in the fire alarm. He put in things that would prevent in the event there was a fire. And that's what he did. And so this pretext of, well, there was and that's all the evidence is. There was a safety plan, and therefore it was. Principal Howard, in terms of the threat, testified that he did it in abundance of caution. And he, too, conferred with psych services because here was his concern, back to MSD tragedy. He didn't want to interfere with the sanctity of the process and what the team had that was assembled on 2 occasions to review. He checked with psych services. Is this what I'm supposed to do? And psych services told him, yes, what you guys did is exactly what you're supposed to do. That's undisputed in the record. And the irony then is it's spun back around, and now it's being represented that the principal and the assistant principal didn't do their jobs. And that's not in the evidence. It's just simply not.
Chair, if I could just continue with one more question. There's a factual question about whether or not when you implement a safety plan, in this case, the school's decision was to separate a team of students into 2 teams that seemed to be having some difficulty with each other, and only one team could be on campus at a time. So that was the response or the safety plan. When a safety plan is implemented, is it required to do a BTA?
Ms. Batista?
According to the evidence before you, I believe the answer is no. When you have a safety plan, it's not required. If I'm misspeaking, if there's something in the evidence that I missed.
No, that really wasn't addressed as part of the testimony. I believe Mr. Lozano may have said you can implement a safety plan without doing a BTA, but
So
you'd really be the expert on that.
I just
And
want
If I
to,
may, Madam Chair?
Yes.
For as far as the factual evidence before you, you have to give deference to what was found by the ALJ. So you have jurisdiction as a board to change the conclusions of law, but not the findings of fact. Now, she did not make a finding of fact as to your question.
I didn't read that. So
Okay.
if that was in the findings of fact, I didn't see it. Did you see it?
No.
Thank you. What concerns me, and I don't know how to proceed, is that our cadre director directed the principal to do something based on something that turns out not to be in the rules. You've implemented the safety plan, therefore you must do a BTA is not factually correct. The principal, who conferred on his own and with experts in the field, according to his testimony, and this was in the findings, that BTA was not required. It wouldn't be surprising that the principal's view of that colored the response of the assistant principal, to whom the assistant principal reports. And the AP went and talked to, according to finding of fact, again, 3 experts in the area of BTAs about what to do. What I'm worried about is that our policy, which at that time said for a school administrator to respond in some sense, and I did not find this, so here's the trick that I have, GC. I don't know how to introduce this, but the AP, according to finding of facts, went and talked to 3 experts. And what I would be concerned about is that they felt, according to our training and our policy, that that is a response. And that the principal also could have inferred to the AP that he didn't think that a BTA should be done, even though the cadre director, based on an assumption that turns out not to be true, that it needed to get done. So insubordination, absolutely. A clean black and white case of being suspended for the day, I don't see that. I would like to read more about the findings of fact to figure out how to go forward on this case, just because by the presentation of counsel, there's a lot more information beyond what I was able to read to come in today and make a decision.
Ms. Batista?
The only question before the board today is related to the exceptions that have been filed by the Superintendent's Council. So you just need to address those exceptions one by one.
I just want to, maybe a point of order here. Another option for this board is to put this, postpone this and to see it at another time. Is that also correct?
Ms. Batista?
That is an option, yes.
Terrific. And that would be my strong preference. I don't feel like this is nearly as conclusive for the evidence that we presented so far, and that the council has made salient points that I'd like to do some more reading about and make sure that I make an appropriate judgment. So I'm going to move that we postpone this until our next scheduled school board meeting. I'm sorry, Chair, do you know when that is? I didn't bring my calendar with me.
Dr. Wanza?
Our next regularly scheduled school board meeting is February 21st.
Yes, that's my motion. I'd like to postpone this till February 21st.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Zeman, second by Holness. Board member comment on the motion. Before we proceed, Ms. Batista, do you want to ask Mr. Fogenholy something?
Well, if we're postponing the item, we may not need this, but I asked everyone, Mr. Fogenholy, prior to your arrival, whether they had read the entire record and were ready to discuss this item here today.
Yes, I did respond on the line, but I'm sure our
We
technology
didn't
didn't catch it. So yes, I said yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A reminder, I believe the 21st is our afternoon meeting, and we tried to limit that agenda to be out of here and dismissed by 8 o'clock, just as a reminder. And it's tight right now.
Are the parties available on that day? Like 1 o'clock.
Responded is, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Petitioner can be.
Thank you. Any other board member comments? We'll do a roll call on Dr. Zeman's motion.
Roll call on the motion. Mrs. Alhadeff?
No?
Mr. Alston? Mrs. Pham?
No.
Mr. Fogenholy?
No.
Mrs. Hickson?
No.
Dr. Holness?
Yes.
Mrs. Leonardi?
No.
Mrs. Rupert?
No.
Dr. Zeman?
Yes.
Motion fails, 2-6.
Okay, back to the item as a whole. Any other board member comment? I'm going to take all the exceptions, I'm going to move all the exceptions at once. So I move the exceptions as submitted by the petitioner in pages 93 to 110. Give a second.
You're going to move that they're rejected or that they're accepted?
That they are accepted.
I second it.
Is there a second? Moved by Aldef, second by Rupert. Board member comment on the motion? Roll call?
Roll call on the motion. Mr. Austin? Mrs. Pham?
Yes.
Mr. Fogelholy?
No.
Mrs. Hickson?
No.
Dr. Holness?
No.
Mrs. Leonardi?
No.
Mrs. Rupert?
Yes.
Is that a yes? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Zeman?
No.
Mrs. Alhadeff?
Yes.
The motion fails 3-5.
We're done? Ms. Batista?
So since the motion failed regarding the exceptions, then there would need to be another motion to affirm the order of the ALJ, or any other motion that the board, if the board only wants to accept certain exceptions. I'm not sure the reasoning for the voting it down, so.
Dr. Holness?
I move to affirm the order. Is that a motion that we can make?
Yes.
Yes.
And this would be upholding the,
The recommended order.
got it. Okay. That's my motion.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Holness, second by Leonardi. Board member comment. Ms. Hickson?
I just have a question. I guess I may have not voted the right way. We were voting to accept the petitioner's exceptions. Is that what we were?
Right, the prior one, yes.
So the no vote was we weren't accepting their exceptions, so we believed what we said, not what the petitioner said, or we are the petitioner. That's where I messed up.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Batista, can you clarify what Dr. Holness's motion is?
Yes, Dr. Holness' motion is to affirm the order, the recommended order of the ALJ, and the recommendation of the ALJ is that based on the foregoing findings of facts and conclusions of law, she recommended that the petitioner school board enter a final order of dismissal of all the charges brought against respondent Sabrina Smith in the administrative complaint. And Dr. Holness is moving to affirm that recommendation.
Thank you for clarification. Okay, we'll go to a vote. Roll call.
Roll call on the motion. Mrs. Pham?
No.
Mr. Fogelholy?
Yes.
Mrs. Hickson?
No.
Dr. Holness?
Yes.
Mrs. Leonardi?
Yes.
Mrs. Rupert?
Yes.
Dr. Zeman?
Yes.
Mrs. Alhadeff?
No.
Mr. Austin? Okay, the motion passes 5-3.
Okay, Ms. Batista, do we have anything else to do?
No, Madam Chair, that concludes this proceeding.
The scheduled order of business for this special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting. Good morning. This workshop, of the School Board of Broward County, Florida, is now called to order. Please identify the exit doors or clearly marked for emergency exiting while in the boardroom. Refrain from obstructing the exit doors. Once the boardroom has reached its seating capacity, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area. Our focus is to create a safe and productive environment for all participants. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Board Member Fogenholly, will you introduce the school to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag? Mr. Fogenholly.
Thank you very much, Chair. It is my pleasure, honor, and privilege to introduce the wonderful students of Hollywood Central Elementary School to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Colleagues, please join me.
Greetings from Hollywood Central Elementary. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much. Board Member Holness has requested a moment of silence for a teacher from Discovery Elementary School and also a teacher from West Pine Middle School. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to request a moment of silence in honor of Mr. Eric Saturnino, who was a teacher at West Pine Middle School. Mr. Saturnino passionately shared his love for music and golf, offering lessons and equipment to students. His warm greetings and genuine interest fostered meaningful connections, while his dedication to education created a dynamic classroom environment. From homelessness to educator, his journey inspired everyone. Let's take a moment to remember Mr. Saturnino. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I have a second, Madam Chair. I kindly ask for a moment of silence to honor the memory of Miss Maria Castignoli, an esteemed second grade teacher at Discovery Elementary School. She served under the leadership of Principal Julie DeGrief and has been a valued employee with the School Board of Broward County since 2001. Ms. Castignoli will be deeply missed. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you.
Board Member Pham has requested a moment of silence for 11th grade student from Cypress Bay High School. Mrs. Pham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to take a moment to remember Sophia Dutra. She was a student at Cypress Bay High School, and Principal Cassandra Freed has kindly gave us some a memoriam to remember her. Sophia Dutra had a radiant spirit of all our cherished students. Sophia Dutra has unforgettably marked our entire Lightning community. Sophia's courage, kindness, and laughter will resonate in the hearts of Cypress Bay students and staff, creating a lasting impression within our school community. In this challenging time, her family, friends, teachers, and staff joined together, and we're seeking solace in each other as we endure this loss, dedicating ourselves to honoring her memory with love and resilience. I'd like to take 1 minute. Thank you. Amen. Thank you, people.
Board Member Rupert has requested a moment of silence for an 8th grade student from Margate Middle School, a 12th grade student from Blanche Ely High School, and also the assistant principal of Deerfield Beach High School. Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm requesting a moment of silence for Deerfield Beach High School Assistant Principal Gwendolyn Smith, who passed away recently. Ms. Smith started her career in our district in 1994 as a language arts teacher at Lauderhill Middle School. From there, she moved on to Deerfield Beach High School as an English teacher and then moved to the role of assistant principal in 2013. Our thoughts and prayers are with her and her family, her Deerfield Beach High family, and all who knew and loved her. Take that moment now, please. Thank you. I'm also requesting a moment of silence for student Sterling Santana, who was a senior at Blanche Ely High School. Our thoughts and prayers are with his family, his Blanche Ely High family, and all who knew and loved him. Please reflect that moment now. Thank you. I'm also requesting a moment of silence for student Mariah Witherspoon, who was an 8th grade student at Margate Middle School. Our thoughts and prayers are with her family, her Margate Middle family, and all who knew and loved her. Please reflect on her life right now. Thank you so much.
Mrs. Hickson has requested a moment of silence.
Thank you. I'd like to request a moment of silence for Corinne DeBacher from Nova High School. She was a journalism teacher. She was a loving mother, a wife, and a teacher who impacted countless lives by positively inspiring them. Please join me in a moment of silence. I'd also like to ask for a moment of silence for Brandon Gordon Cabrera, 11th grade student at Everglades High School. We pray for peace and comfort for his family and all those who knew and loved him. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you. Tomorrow, Broward County Public Schools will commemorate 6 years since an active assailant at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School injured 17 members of the school community and killed 17 innocent students and staff members. This morning, the School Board of Broward County will pause for a moment of reflection to recognize the loved ones who were tragically killed on February 14th, 2018.
Aaron Feiss. Elena Petty.
Alex Schachter. Kara Lachlan.
Helena Ramsey. Jamie Gutenberg.
Alyssa Al-Hadaf, my daughter.
My husband, Chris Hickson.
Joaquin Oliver. Luke Hoyer.
Martin Duque Anguiano. Meadow Pollock.
Nicholas Doret. Peter Wang.
Scott Beagle. These 17 remarkable individuals will never be forgotten. Thank you to the entire Broward County Public Schools community for participating in the Day of Service and Love tomorrow, and for honoring these 17 loved students and staff members. Thank you. The following topics are scheduled for board discussion at this workshop. Training, School Board Parliamentary Training, Part 2, Bond Oversight Committee Report, Fiscal Year 24 Q1, Closed Door, 4x1 Academic School Week, Part 2, a Teaching and Learning Workshop, Part 1, February 2024. Dr. Licata, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, very quickly. I do want to mention that this past week we had our first community conversation regarding our redefining and repurposing. And first of all, I want to thank the entire board for being there, that was able to be there. I know everyone will be there at least one time. What I found out, and what it needs to be said, is that the community spoke very loudly about several items. Trust was the first one. I heard trust and trust and trust over and over again, over years and years of information that was not accurate, promises that were not kept, and more importantly, not communicating with them on how we were moving forward. I want to say thank you to the amazing team that put everything together. We have some adjustments to make that will be even better. There are some things that we learned from the community immediately that we've listened to. We captured a lot of data. We captured a lot of perspectives from the community. That's very important. I really appreciate the board also being participatory and being with everyone and listening and sitting next to the community. They're not used to that. We showed that we are serious about this. I spoke with almost every one of you, or left your messages, as well as the staff spoke with you about some corrections or some adjustments you would love to see. And we are going to adjust some of those things. We are not changing the script for any of the meetings. It is exactly the same. We're just going to change some environments of making sure the classrooms are there for it. We also want to make sure that everyone knows there's going to be complete consistency across the board for all of these community meetings. We also know that we have some tough decisions to make. And as I talked with all of you, we're going to do everything we can to make sure we're looking at innovation first. We're going to do everything we can to make sure we're hearing the public. We have some major tasks to do. The first one is always student learning. The next, obviously, is going to be making sure we're fiscally responsible as we move forward. Student learning is most important, and as we take on this massive redefining role, we must not forget that our eye on the prize is our students. And I know there's so much we want to do, and there's so much we want to move forward, but the eye on the prize right now is making sure we have support for our schools. We're supporting in every way, and we're also working with our communities as we redefine. We can't get too caught up in all the things because I want to do everything and I want to do it now. But right now is crunch time for our children. It's time to really support our schools. It's time to make sure we're talking to the community about how we can be better. And I think focusing on all that really will make us a stronger district, but it gets us back to what's our priorities. I can't say thank you enough to all our board members. All of you gave great additions to how we can be better. I did speak with Mr. Austin last night on the phone because I know he's out of town, and he indicated some things as well. Ms. Leonardi, you had a couple, Ms. Hickson, everyone really came together and gave us some good ideas that we can work to continue. But the community gave us the best ideas, and we're listening. And we will continue to listen, and we will go through this. So I want to thank the team, because they're the ones who put it together, and we're going to continue moving through this. So I appreciate everyone involved there. But there's a lot of work to do, but our biggest job is to make sure our kids are educated. So thank you.
Thank you. The first item is Training Board Parliamentary Training Part 2. I will now turn it over to the General Counsel to introduce our presenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm honored to introduce Pat McDougall. She's a professional registered parliamentarian with the National Association of Parliamentarians, with more than 30 years of experience serving as a consultant and parliamentarian to local, national, and international organizations of varying sizes, including city commissions, school boards, condominium and homeowner associations, unions, and other political organizations. Without further ado, Mrs. McDougall.
Thank you. Before I begin, there's a couple of setup steps I have to take. Were the material handed out, Ms. Batista?
Right now.
Okay. And I'm also going to ask you to count off, starting with Ms. Rupert, who's going to start with 2. Well, no, wait a minute. There's one more direction. And then when we go around the room, skip number 5. So you're going to go 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's a new way to count. Okay, so remember your number, starting with Ms. Rupert.
2, 3, 4, or is somebody else going after me?
Then 3.
3.
3.
4.
Skip 5.
6.
Ms. Hickson would be 7. And over here would be 8. You would be 8.
What
do we do?
is Ms. Al-Hadaf not participating?
No, you're the chair.
There's a new number.
Okay, so I'm 8. Okay.
And last is
9?
9, because there's 9 of you,
Just
even
walked
though we
into this,
skipped
I'm sorry.
5.
Gotcha.
Okay. Could you put up my PowerPoint, please? And I have another question. Considering that we're starting an hour late, how much time do I have? I was originally scheduled for 2 hours. Do I have to talk fast or skip things to finish by 11?
11:30. Would that work?
I can adjust accordingly. I just want to know.
11:30.
Okay, so I will watch the time. Okay, starting here, a picture is worth 1,000 words. And it's hard to do a picture of a meeting and get points across about parliamentary procedure. So what I have chose to do to make the picture is to do a script, and that hopefully each of you have received a copy of the script. And what I want you to do is to go through this script as an example or a picture of following parliamentary procedure in a meeting. And Ms. Batista, seeing as Ms. Hickson isn't here, would you take on the role of 7, I think it was, yes, 7. So we begin with Madam Chair, who says,
The next item of business on the agenda is JJ12, YMCA Participation Agreement for Cypress Bay High School. Is there a motion for adoption?
Madam Chair, I move the adoption of JJ12.
Just say Madam Chair.
Oh, Madam Chair,
Member 6.
I move for the adoption of JJ12.
Second.
Second.
It is moved and seconded to adopt JJ12. Is there any debate? Number 7.
I support approving this agreement. It provides the swim team at Cypress Bay a training facility that is currently lacking.
I'm opposed to entering into this agreement. The swim teams are currently practicing at the pool at Nova High, a school district facility where there are no legal or insurance issues with an outside vendor. I urge you to vote against approving this agreement.
Madam Chair,
The chair recognizes member 4.
the most significant benefit of this agreement is that the students will not be required to travel so far for swim team practice. The agreement should definitely be approved.
Madam Chair,
The chair recognizes member 2.
the use of this facility is very much needed. Athletes cannot remain competitive without practice. Both the boys and girls team coaches have expressed their approval of this facility. The board must approve this agreement.
Madam Chair,
The chair recognizes member 9.
I have a parliamentary inquiry.
The member will state the inquiry.
Would it be in order to amend the motion and add Weston High?
It would not be in order to amend the motion by adding Western High. There is a separate agreement for each school. Is there any further debate? The question is on the adoption of JJ12, the YMCA Participation Agreement for Cypress Bay High School. Those in favor of adopting the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Yeah. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The next item on the agenda is JJ13.
Thank you. You're all ready for Broadway. The point I wanted to make here primarily is in the introduction of an agenda item. And in my mind, it needs to be in the record what that item is. It's not just adopt H4, or I'm not familiar totally with your system, but not just to adopt JJ3, but to identify what that item is. So the chair in the introduction with the next item of business is identifying the item and its description of what it is. Also to Madam Chair, I did not include public comments. I know that's part of it, but I did not include that. But it's important to note that the public comments, the board debates. You are a deliberative assembly here to make decisions, and in the process of making those decisions, you discuss pro and con as to whether a given item should or should not be adopted. We talked about this last time. Thank you, guys in the back. And that's the role of the chair. The primary role of the chair is to conduct the meeting. That means call the meeting to order, announce business in its proper sequence, recognize members who are entitled to the floor to speak, and put to a vote all questions that legitimately come forward. The second role of the chair is to enforce the rules. Now, what does that mean, enforce the rules, and how does the chair do that? We'll talk a little bit later about debate and decorum. If a member or the public or a member of the board is being disruptive or is attacking a member of the board, it would be important for the chair to stop that, put a stop to that, and enforce the rule that decorum requires that name calling is not in order, or it is not in order for members to speak to each other, one to another. So that takes care of enforcing the rules. The other thing the chair can do is expedite business. And that is, for example, a chair can say, does anyone have anything new to add? It's not the role of the chair to stop debate. It's up to the board members to decide when they no longer wish to debate. And the chair can also expedite business by using unanimous consent. If there is no objection, the motion to postpone is adopted. In other words, taking an action without a vote, sensing that the board is going to be unanimous in doing this, or it's a fairly routine matter, the chair can use unanimous consent. However, if you object to the chair doing that, all you have to say is, I object, and then the chair has to put the action to a vote. The chair also decides all questions of order. Robert specifically gives the chair the right to rule on points of order. And what is a point of order? It is used to point out a violation of the rules. So anytime any single member feels that the rules of the board or the rules of decorum or rules of debate are being violated, they call out point of order, and then the chair rules on that point of order. And then if a member has an inquiry of parliamentary nature, the chair must also respond to that. The chair, as a representative member of part of the community, she's elected for a specific district, I believe, but in a small board, the chair may make motions, speak and debate, and vote without leaving the chair. And I just said the chair may also use unanimous consent to take an action. There's another, I'm sorry. A consultant to the chair is the parliamentarian, and the parliamentarian's role during a meeting is purely advisory and consultative. As I said before, it's the role of the chair to rule on points of order and to point out herself if something is not in order. For example, if an amendment is not germane, the chair could rule an amendment out of order. But parliamentary law gives to the chair alone the power to rule on questions of order or to answer parliamentary inquiries. And we talked about this last time. But
Excuse me, Ms. McDougall?
Yes.
Can you just go over and explain the when it's not germane? Can you give an example?
All right, let's say that silly example, but you can, I think, understand the difference. For example, if there's a motion to redecorate the superintendent's office, does he like that or not? He doesn't want his office redecorated, but just for the sake of argument, let's say there is. And somebody moves to amend and schedule another workshop on March 5th. Well, the scheduling of another workshop is totally unrelated to the redecorating of the office. And I think when I get a little bit further, I'm going to discuss an item that the board dealt with in January, and I think it will be clearer then, something that is not relevant. And that had to do with the standard dress code and an amendment there that I feel was not germane. So I think it will be clearer when I get to that point. Does that help?
Thank you.
It's totally unrelated. It's basically the way you can look at it. Or it introduces a new element that was not in the original motion. Okay, in the process, business is introduced by a member proposing action to be taken, and the decision or the process is not about the procedure, but it is about the final decision that you have to make. Basically, these are the steps. The first three, member makes a motion, another member seconds the motion, and the chair repeats the motion. That brings the motion to the floor. And after it is on the floor, it is subject to debate, and debate is debating the pros and cons. Should we adopt this motion or should we not adopt this motion? And then also in that debate step, amendments can be made, points of order can be made, but it's the most important step to be taken. And after, when there's no further debate, the chair repeats the motion. All should always repeat the motion before taking a vote. That way, everybody knows what it is that they're voting on. And then the chair takes the vote and announces the result. And that applies not only to main motions, but it would apply to motions to postpone, to motions to amend. You go through these same steps for all of the secondary motions. We talked about this last time, and that is disposing of a main motion once it's made. Obviously, you can dispose of it by voting for it or voting against it. You can kill a main motion without taking a direct vote on it, and I want you to remember this, because this is going to come up later. When you postpone something indefinitely, you are avoiding taking a position on it. You're not voting for it, you're not voting against it, you're just taking it off the floor. Handle later, postpone definitely. We had a motion like that this morning, or postpone something to the next meeting, which you can do. You can also postpone something to later in this meeting or until after something happens. You may also want to get more information or refer something back to the facilities department, back to the superintendent for further study, and so on. And then I've crossed out lay on the table because the number of times that it would be appropriate to use lay on the table are rare, but it could be done. And also, it is possible to withdraw a motion, but you have to have the permission of the assembly to do that. The main thing I want to talk about this morning is amend, the motion to amend. If a meeting is going to go off the tracks or off the rails, it's going to happen when you get into amendments. So, amend as a subsidiary motion means it applies to a main motion. So any main motion is subject to amendment. General Roberts says that amendments are the most important and perhaps the most difficult part of parliamentary law. And Robert, in his latest iteration of Robert's Rules of Order, this nice little book, spends 39 pages on just the motion to amend. There are three basic processes of amendments. You can insert or add words or a paragraph to a motion. You can strike out words or a paragraph. You can strike out and insert words, or you can substitute an entire main motion or paragraph. Why do they keep doing this?
Pekin, if you could please keep the presentation up on the TV. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Ms. McDougall, it's up already. Just wanted to share with the board that postponing indefinitely related to an item that is employment related is not appropriate, because the rules of Robert's rules are subservient to our rules on the statutes. You cannot postpone indefinitely and basically deny employment to someone. So just wanted to make that known.
Could we postpone for a year?
No.
That was a serious question.
So it would be very similar to denying employment to that person. So the answer is no. You could not postpone for a year or indefinitely.
But under Robert, when you postpone, you cannot postpone beyond the next regular meeting, because that takes it out of the hands of the next meeting. So it must always be to the next meeting or to a special meeting. But as Ms. Batista points out, there is a statutory requirement that would preclude you using postpone indefinitely in a particular situation. Okay, also on, I've said here that friendly amendments are not in order. I think we covered that before. If you have quote unquote a friendly amendment, it's better to make the amendment yourself rather than go through an unfriendly situation, I guess I want to say. Okay, what is the purpose of amend? It's to modify the wording and in some cases, the meaning of a pending motion. To give you some examples, varies with the amendment itself. I move to amend by adding the words. I move to strike out paragraph 3. I move to amend the contract by striking out $50,000 and inserting $35,000. Amend can be applied to itself. It cannot interrupt. You have to be recognized by the chair. It is debatable if the motion is debatable. It is generally amendable, which means amend can you can amend an amendment, and it requires a majority vote for adoption. To go through an example to illustrate some of the processes of amendments, this motion is to allocate $50,000 for updates to the following schools: School A, School B, and School C. This is a pending main motion. If we want to add or insert words into that, I move to amend the main motion by inserting the words media center after the words following schools. So in the process, the amendment has identified what it wants to insert and where it wants to insert it. The original motion, if you look at it, go back one, was vague on how to allocate this money or where to allocate it. It's only saying allocate an amount of money, but not saying where the money should be allocated. So would one of you like to make that motion? We'll start over here with Mr. Holtness. Just read it.
I move to amend the main motion by inserting the word media centers after the word following schools.
Is there a second?
Second.
It is moved and seconded to amend the main motion by inserting the words media center after the words following schools. Is there any debate on the amendment? The question is on adoption of the motion to amend the main motion by inserting the words media center after the words following schools. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
There's always one. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The main motion now reads to allocate an additional $50,000 for updates to the following schools' media centers: School A, School B, and School C. So in handling that, I went through that same process as for a main motion. Any questions on that procedure? Okay, let's look at another amendment. Another process is to strike out and insert. I move to amend the main motion by striking out $50,000 and inserting $35,000. Dr. Seaman, would you like to make that motion?
I move to amend the main motion by striking out $50,000 and inserting $35,000.
Is there a second? It is moved and seconded to amend the main motion by striking out $50,000 and inserting $35,000. Would the maker of the motion like to speak to his motion? Make it up. Dr. Seaman, did you hear my question?
I did not, I'm sorry.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
Well, it's just too much money, $50,000. It's a fund balance issue.
Okay, the reason I look to the maker of the motion, he doesn't have to speak, only if he wants to, but under the rules, the maker of the motion has the right to speak first in debate if he so chooses. So that was my reason for asking him if he wished to do that. Okay, repeating the process, is there any debate on the motion to amend by striking out 50,000 and inserting 35,000? The question is on the motion to amend by striking out $50,000 and inserting 35,000. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Ooh, chair's in doubt.
Reckless spender.
Okay, now, as the school board, you would have to deal with that, because it would be a division and you would take the vote again. Question for you, Ms. Batista. As I understand the Florida statutes, how each member voted must be recorded in the minutes. And that would be on a main motion, but would it apply to these secondary motions?
Yes.
It would. Okay. Okay, moving on. Okay, another process is to add, and add means to add at the end, not in the middle, but in the end. If it's a resolution, you would be adding a new resolve clause at the end. If it's just a simple motion, you would add it to the end of the existing motion. So Ms. Pham, would you like to make the motion to add?
Ms. Pham?
Yes, Chair.
I want you to make the motion to amend by adding, it's on the screen. I move to amend.
I move to amend to add and all schools within the district.
That's not the motion. That $50,000 is not going to go very far for all the schools in the district.
Yes. No, so my motion is to amend to add and to include all schools within the district.
All right, the chair rules the motion is not in order. Chair recognizes Ms.
I move to amend the main motion by adding the words "and School D."
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it is moved and seconded to add the words and School D. The reason I'm asking you all to repeat these motions so that you become accustomed to not only the wording but the process, that, and when you make an amendment, you deal only with the part you want to change or add. No explanation is necessary. You don't have to justify it. You just deal strictly with the words or paragraphs that you wish to deal with. Yes, sir.
Yes, Ms. Newell. So I appreciate that. I just feel when we do come across this situation, it always, you could start it off and say, I move to add School D. What page are you on? Wait, what are we talking about? So the explanation is always necessary. So is it recommended to already just get ahead of that and be proactive and share it? Or continue just to do that and then be reactive?
The motion should come first. Because it not only does avoid confusion, but then you have something to go back to after you've discussed it or asked questions or referred to another document or asked the superintendent a question or a staff question, whatever. But it can always go back to the pending question is on the motion to add and School D.
Understood.
So it gives you a going back point as well. Yes, ma'am.
So kind of to Mr. Fognoli's point, I believe what occurs is that we end up making the motion as we go, and it becomes this very lengthy, robust motion, and instead of it being tight, or I think last time you told us would be great to type it out and give it to our colleagues, so it's very specific. And I think that's what the issue that we run into is with the just going on, and it's not tight and concise.
That's true. I say I've watched a couple of your meetings, and the one I'm going to discuss today really went, as I say, off the rails. But it's important, I think, as individual school members that you know how to make an amendment, because your amendment is something you want done. It's important to you. So it would be important to state it correctly so there is no confusion. And it always begins when I move to amend. So not I want to make a motion, but be specific as to what it is you are proposing. So that add is another process of amendment.
Ms. McDougal?
Yes, sorry.
I forgot to advise the board at the beginning of the training, as I did last time, that you had requested that the recording of today's training not be subsequently placed on the district's website due to copyright concerns of your work, but you do not object to the live streaming at this time of your training. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
The training has been specific to this board and what I have observed about your procedures. How I would make a presentation in general on parliamentary procedure would be totally different, because I would go through basically teaching the book, where this is specifically for you and to specific situations. Okay, so we've done add, we've done insert. The next process is?
Ms. McDougal?
Yes.
Excuse me, can I just get a point of clarification?
Certainly.
Yes, okay, when you're saying at the end, can you please clarify, do you mean at the end of a sentence, at the end of a paragraph, at the end of a page, or at the end of that entire document? Just clarify for the record.
All of those, except not the page. It could be the end of a sentence. It could be the end of the document. It could be the end of a paragraph. The end of a page could be, that doesn't make any sense. So it needs to be an element of the document itself or the motion itself. If you are dealing, for example, if you have a motion to approve a new policy or a policy, your amendments would be made to the policy. So you might want to add another element to that policy. Or you might want to add another sentence to paragraph 4 within the policy. Does that answer your question? Because sometimes your amendments are wordsmithing, clarifying, saying something in a better way rather than introducing a new provision exactly. But add always goes at the end of a sentence, a paragraph, or a document. Okay, the next amendment process is strike out. I move to amend the main motion by striking out the words, and you only deal with the words you want to strike out. In this case, I'm sorry, I can't read your name, young lady.
My name?
Yes.
Oh, Leonardi, Sarah.
All right, thank you, Ms. Leonardi. Would you move the motion to strike out?
I move to amend the main motion by striking out the words School B.
Is there a second?
Second.
It is moved and seconded to amend the main motion by striking out the words School B. Is there any debate on the amendment? Okay. Always, 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 and I'm going to say this again, Madam Chair, always before taking a vote, especially when there's been a lot of debate and discussion, repeat what the motion is before taking the vote. All right, the question is on the amendment to the main motion to strike out the words School B. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
The ayes have it and the amendment is adopted. So now,
I like that. Say no every time.
what does our motion look like? On the top example shows the 4 amendments that were made. There was an amendment to change the amount. There was an amendment to insert media centers. School B was struck out and School D was added. So the main motion is now what? I'm going to ask you to read what the main motion is now.
Got it. Main motion is to allocate an additional $35,000 for updates to the following schools: media centers, School A and School C, and School D. To allocate an additional $35,000 for updates to the following school media centers: School A and School C and School D.
Okay, I only wanted to read
the whole
one,
thing.
but
I'm
that's
sorry,
okay.
I think I read the whole thing.
What I wanted you to see was what is the main motion now. So now you're back to the main motion as it is amended. It is now subject to further amendment. I only did 4. But the important part at this point is you voted on those 4 things and you cannot vote to change them again. In other words, you can't decide, well, maybe we only need to do 25,000, but you voted to do 35. So it's not in order to change anything that was previously voted on.
I have a question on that. But what if you're on the prevailing side?
That would be the motion to reconsider.
Yeah.
If you wish to reconsider the vote on one of the amendments, you have to have voted for it, meaning on the prevailing side. And the motion to reconsider has to be made, it has to be voted on. It is debatable. But what the point was that it would not be in order to make a motion to change one of these things that we've already voted on, except in the case of reconsider. Okay, the big one. Substitution, the process by substituting. I move to substitute the following for the pending main motion: to allocate an additional $40,000 to replace a deteriorating gym equipment at the 4 schools identified in the facilities study of July 2023. What do you think about that motion? Nothing, I guess. Okay, let's look at it this way. The pending motion is our original motion that we started with as amending, and now the proposal is to substitute a motion with a different amount allocated for different funds, and the schools are identified differently. Would you consider that germane?
No.
And why not?
I don't think it's close enough to the original amendment, and particularly because it's different schools. It seems to me like that would be a separate item.
Would be what?
A separate item.
Separate item. Anybody else? Well, sometimes these things are debatable, but let's look at it. The intent of the motion is to allocate some amount of money for some updates to some schools. So the amount of money could be germane. What we're going to update could be controversial, and where the schools are going to be allocated could be questionable. So I would say that was germane. Anybody disagree? You're welcome to. Yes, sir. Oh, you disagree, but you're not saying why?
I just don't think it's close enough. I mean, germane is subjective, but it's a different purpose altogether for different schools. And it's not clear to me whether it's 40,000. I mean, so it's additional 40,000 above the 50. I get that. But I just, I would think that it would be ruled not germane.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Pham.
Microphone.
I would also have a question on whether or not you're in compliance with Sunshine, because the first one says to update schools, and now you're talking about replacing gym equipment, and whether that would be considered proper notice in addition to the whole meat of these first motion and substitute motion are different. And that's why, and I don't know if there might be public concern that they might have wanted to adjust this. One, updating is making new. Now you're talking about replacing gym equipment.
Okay. Madam Chair, how would you rule? How would you rule? Sorry.
I would allow it.
How would the parliamentarian advise the chair?
would advise the chair that it is germane.
Okay. I, of course, tried to make these examples to sort of relate to what you do, but to also make a point.
Ms. McDougall, so if the parliamentarian advises the chair that, let's say that something is germane, and then the chair agrees and she rules it in order, can that ruling from the chair be then appealed to the body, the parliamentary ruling? And what is that process?
If you disagree with the chair's ruling that this is germane, Dr. Zeman, you can appeal the decision of the chair. In other words, you disagree with the chair's ruling that this is germane. Now, an appeal requires a second. It is debatable, and the chair gets to speak twice, but members only get to speak once. The chair gets to explain why she feels in this case it is germane. Board members can speak against the ruling, and then a vote is taken on sustaining the decision of the chair. And then in that case, depending on how it comes out, the substitute is dropped, or you proceed to handle it because it is germane. So, yes, ma'am.
I'd just like to make a comment. We're in a workshop. So, I guess my take on it, if it's closely related to the main motion, I think that, there's a lot of times we end up debating kind of like whether it's germane. We spend so much time on that debating. We can just vote it up or down and be quickly be done with it within a short period of time. But instead, we spend a lot of time on debating whether it's germane.
Right. So you can short circuit that by the chair rules that it is germane, period. It's not debatable unless you appeal. And there again, each member only gets to speak one time according to the rules. So that right away shortens the process. Would you agree?
Yeah.
I also think the opportunity to, as the chair, to move forward by just saying, in the absence of any disagreement, this passes, and it gives everybody a chance to say if they disagree or not. But it feels to me like we often get to consensus, and it still takes 5 more minutes, to kind of get that. So that might be a valuable tool. If you see that we're in consensus, just say so, and if anyone isn't, they can sound off. Isn't that, I'm sorry, I've got the wording wrong, but what is the proper wording for if there is no objection?
Unanimous consent.
Okay, right. But you're not saying unanimous. You're giving everyone a chance to say, no, it's not unanimous.
If there is no objection.
Right? Yeah.
But
is there any
consensus
limit?
does not work in a deliberative assembly, because a deliberative assembly is meant to debate and decide, where consensus means you kind of all have to agree. And with unanimous consent, it simply means that you have no objection to it being done. You might not like what is being done, but you know it's a lost cause, so why waste time going through debate and taking a vote as long as no one objects?
Yep.
Okay? All right, so at this point, the chair has ruled that the motion is germane. And we can continue. Now, substitute is an amendment, so it is a primary amendment to the main motion. And that therefore means that it is itself amendable. So it would be in order to amend by adding, by inserting, by striking out and inserting. But you cannot substitute a substitute for a substitute.
Wait, whoa.
Seems like I've seen that somewhere.
Okay, go on, explain.
Well, it's just not in order, because one, it gets too convoluted. but the substitute itself is amendable. You can add, you can insert, you can strike out and insert. You just cannot substitute another motion or the substitute motion.
Okay, so you're saying motion, substitute motion, there's not an additional substitute motion on top of that?
That's correct.
Okay. Did everybody get that?
I feel like we follow that.
No, we definitely have done substitutes on substitutes.
We've gone both ways, Dan.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like we've always done a substitute, and then it would be amend or ask to take away, because we never keep adding. Okay.
But are we going to go through the process once a substitute motion is made?
Say what?
Are you going to go through, are you going to instruct us on the next steps in the process on what happens after a substitute motion is on
Yes.
the floor? Thank you. That would be
Right.
great.
Well, that's why I have both motions up there, the pending main motion, which is the one that has already been amended, and the substitute motion. Now, at this point, I want to say, it's not that it gets complicated, but at this point, both of those motions are amendable. So the chair would say, under the rules, the chair is going to take each motion separately for amendment. Are there any amendments to the pending main motion? See, this is where it helps if you can have it displayed on the screen. And the pending main motion is that we allocate $35,000 for the school media centers. Are there any amendments to that motion? Are there any amendments to the substitute motion to allocate $40,000 to replace the gym equipment at 4 schools?
So Pat, I just want to be clear. At this point, both motions are on the floor. Both get perfected, right?
Correct.
There are amendments against both.
Correct.
And then we vote.
Then you vote on the motion, shall the substitute replace the original?
So it's amendments on the substitute motion.
Sorry?
So when you have the substitute motion, people can make amendments onto the substitute motion.
That's correct. It is amendable, but
Okay.
because remember itself, it is an amendment. It is a primary amendment to the main motion.
Ms.
Now-
McDougall, one quick question. I think another point that can be confusing at times is when an item is moved to the floor, does that mean that the question is on the floor? And if there is a motion at that time, it would be either a substitute motion or a motion to amend, it would be already amending the item that is on the floor. I don't know if I'm expressing the question clearly, but there seems to be some confusion about the fact that when an item is moved, whether the question is already before the body or it's just the item is on the table.
When a motion is made, let's take main motion first. That brings, after it's seconded and the chair states it, it belongs to the board, and it is quote unquote on the floor at that time. At that time, it is debatable and it is open to amendment, if it's amendable. Then if you have a motion to amend, the immediately pending question becomes the motion to amend. So the motion, you now have 2 motions on the floor. One, the main motion, and an amendment to that motion. Does that answer your question? I see a question mark on your face.
No, I think it does answer the question. So what I am gathering is that once the chair asks for a motion and a second on an item, that question is on the floor, and that is the main motion.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Robert uses question. Question and motion basically mean the same thing. Because if you have a motion, it's something you have to decide. It's a question that has to be answered. Because in putting a motion to a vote, the question is on adoption of the motion to do something. But now, in the case of the substitute, the question is on substituting, go back one. The question is on substituting the following motion to allocate an additional $40,000 to the pending main motion. So the question is, if the substitute is adopted, what next? The motion to substitute is adopted, now what? Anybody? Oh? I can't hear you. You voted to the vote was on making the substitution, now what?
Now you have to vote for the whole item?
I can't hear you.
Now you have to vote on the whole item?
That's correct. That's correct. The motion to substitute was an amendment, so you would still have the main motion pending. The question is, what is the main motion? It is, if substitute is adopted, the substitute becomes the main motion, and if substitute fails, you're back to the original, the other main motion. So the result of the vote on substitute is one or the other will become the main motion.
Can I just, on that point, so if we went from main motion to substitute motion, if substitute motion failed, we go back to the main motion, and then someone make another substitute motion?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Forever. But what I have seen in some of your meetings is when the substitute is adopted, you move on. And Robert says, adoption of the subsidiary motion amend does not adopt the motion thereby amended. So it's important to remember with substitute that it does not adopt the main motion. It becomes the main motion if substitute is adopted.
Well, I always say all in favor of the item as amended.
That's okay.
Okay, so that's fine.
It's just indicating that
Oh, we haven't done that.
you know they know that it's not the original way back.
Right,
Then make
right.
it a main motion.
Right. So, any questions on the motion to substitute?
Does it have to go back and do it all over again?
Any questions on amend in general?
Could you, and I'm sorry about this because I just want to make sure we understand it. Go back to the main motion and the substitute motion and have us go through the process of saying, you know, if the substitute motion is adopted and then you vote on, that becomes the main motion then, and then you vote that on that again. So how would that work, let's say, on this right here?
Okay, well, let's go through the process. Madam Chair, would you, who would like to make the motion to substitute? Go ahead.
I'd like to make a substitute motion to allocate an additional $40,000 to replace deteriorating gym equipment at the 4 schools identified in the facilities study of July 2023.
Second.
You're the chair, so it is moved and seconded.
Oh, I'm sure, okay. It's been moved and seconded. Public comment? Board member comment?
You want to it's been moved and seconded to substitute. You
Have to
have
read
the
the whole-
words in front of you. You wouldn't necessarily have them.
It's
See,
been
if you-
moved and seconded to allocate an additional $40,000 to replace deteriorating gym equipment of 4 schools identified in the facilities studied of July 2023.
Is there any debate on the substitute?
Any debate on the substitute motion? Seeing none?
No, back up. Now, at this point, are there any amendments to the pending main motion, which reads?
to allocate an additional $35,000 for updates to the following schools: Media Center, School A, and School C, and School D.
Are there any amendments to the pending motion?
Are there any amendments to the pending motion?
Yes, Chair.
Mr. Fogelholy?
I'd like to propose we remove School D. Would I be able to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Remove School D, Deerfield Beach High School.
But it's not there.
We got that regionals, a game today. Nora, I'm not playing around.
Your motion's out of order.
I'm playing. Deerfield, I love you.
Okay, so there's no amendments to the pending main motion. Now, how about this? How about the substitute?
Is there any amendments to the substitute motion? No. Back to the main motion?
You can, any debate on the motion to substitute? You opened both to amendment.
You've
Now
lost
you want to debate whether to make the substitute.
This is throwing me off.
It's very difficult to do it this way. It's almost like if you see it like you did the first one with the dialogue written out.
Well, that's why you can get lost in substitute.
Correct.
Well, we need to get this because we do a lot of substitutes.
Correct. Ms. McDougal, can I?
Okay, well, the procedure is, first you have the motion, I move to substitute the following motion and give the wording of the substitute. If you know you're going to do that, it's very, 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 very helpful if you would give the words to the chair. And advice to the chair, because I've seen you struggle to capture the wording from a member.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be helpful to take the time to ask them to write it down and hand it to you. It would be better than hemming and hawing and stammering and trying to repeat it. So there's nothing wrong with taking a minute to ask them to write it down and hand it to you. So the process is, first you make the motion to substitute, giving the wording of the motion. Then the chair repeats the motion and asks if there's any amendments to the original motion. Are there any amendments to the substitute? Then you debate whether or not to make the substitute, after both are open to amendment. And depending on the vote on the substitute, what happens? Anybody?
One or the other wins.
That's correct. One or the other will prevail. And then at that point, that is your main motion that you go forward with. And you have to, then you voted on the substitute, then you have to vote on adopting that motion, whichever one prevailed. Everybody good with that? Yes.
What is the main reason for amending the main motion at the same time can you hear me now? What is the main reason for amending the main motion as well as the substitute motion? Is that to have the main motion compete with the substitute and make a decision between the two, or I'm just a bit confused as to why we're not just focusing on the substitute motion and amending that. Why are we going back simultaneously to amend both of them? What is the reason for that?
Well, it gives you the opportunity to to make the one motion more acceptable. Now that you've heard what the substitute is, maybe I better change, or maybe the original motion needs to be amended again to compete with the substitute.
So it's mainly to allow the main motion to compete with whatever the substitute is?
Correct.
Okay. Got
To
it.
perfect it or make it more acceptable to be adopted or to prevail.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Jeff.
And any one of us can amend the main motion. It doesn't have to be the person who made the motion, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
I've heard I've been in meetings where perfecting the motion has to happen because the substitute comes so quickly, there wasn't time to make an amendment to the main. So they brought in ideas that they wanted to amend it anyway. And then a substitute motion happened so quickly, they go back to the main motion to introduce changes that they wanted to do but just didn't get to yet. But the whole idea is, I think, to compete one motion against another.
correct?
Yeah.
In other words, if you want to defeat the substitute, you might have to tweak the original motion to begin with. And if you want the substitute to prevail, you might have to tweak it a little bit also. And then, of course, it's a majority vote will decide which of the two will prevail. It's easy to get lost in that process, but when you take it step by step, it's not too complicated, or at least in my simple mind. You make the motion, each are open to debate, and then you vote on the substitute. But the important thing is that after the substitute is adopted, to go back and and vote on whichever motion prevails, because Robert says adopting the amendment does not adopt the motion. Okay, now the fun part. It's always fun to sit and watch these things, but they're also very instructive. I've simplified it to some degree. There was a pending main motion to direct the superintendent of schools to initiate rulemaking for revisions to policy 5309, school unified dress. What I got out of hearing the debate on that was that to adopt that meant you were adopting a unified dress code. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's what I got out of hearing the debate. Forgetting everything that went on in between, there was finally a motion to substitute, I believe, by Ms. Hickson, to direct the superintendent to initiate community input on revisions to policy 5039. That's roughly stated what the amendment was. Then I don't believe there was any debate. There was a vote on the motion to substitute. The chair announced that the substitute was adopted by a vote of 5-3, and the chair moved on to the next item. What is wrong with that process, if anything?
Didn't vote. Did it not go back to the main motion?
Right.
That's correct. The main motion, the substitute was an amendment to the main motion, which was directing the superintendent on coming up with rules for policy 5309. The substitute was adopted and went on to the next item on the agenda. So that left hanging a motion that was not disposed of.
Nor amended.
Pardon?
Nor amended.
Nor amended. It's just hanging there. Yeah. So what you want to do about that's another question. But there was no decision on the main motion. Now, what should have happened? The pending motion again was to direct the superintendent of schools to initiate rulemaking for revisions to the policy. Now, what I got out of the debate was that the general feeling of most everybody on the board was that before undertaking making the rules, that there should be surveys taken and get public input, parent input, whatever, staff, teachers, students, and that seemed to be what everybody wanted to do. So now the question is, was it in order to substitute a motion to take a survey for a motion to direct the superintendent to start rulemaking?
Yes.
Why do you say yes?
Because I made it in order.
Well, you could be challenged. My thinking was it was not in order because it was to take the survey first would have been a prerequisite to making the rulemaking. In other words, the decision would be based on, or at least gathered input from the community or from the public. But my thinking was that that motion was not in order, and what should have happened was that the motion the original motion should have been postponed indefinitely. In other words, at this time, we are not taking a position on going forward with the unified dress code. We will take that up later. And then a new motion could have been introduced that the superintendent initiate community input on the revisions to policy 5039. That would have been my thinking. And then that motion can be adopted or it can be moved. And then the chair can move on to the next item on the agenda.
Can the chair postpone something indefinitely, or does that need a vote?
All right, remember that the chair has the same rights as everybody else, every other member of the board, to make motions, to speak in debate, and to vote without leaving the chair. So the answer to your question would be yes.
So she would make a motion to postpone indefinitely, there'd be debate, normal process, and then a vote in the end on whether we want to postpone indefinitely the item.
Correct.
Okay.
If it's not coming forth from another board member. That's how I would have seen that go down. In other words, to take a survey is not the same thing, or is not related to directing the superintendent to move forward with rules.
If you don't mind, could that have been a substitute motion, though?
What?
The second.
It was made as a substitute.
Would you have found that to be proper to accept it as a substitute motion?
No, I would rule that not in order, because it's related, but it's not the same thing to direct the superintendent to make rules as to direct the superintendent to take surveys.
And instead of, let's make do.
You don't have to agree, but
Right.
yes, sir.
Yes, Chair. So in the situation, that's what my question was, right? We weren't making a vote to make an immediate change, it was to initiate rulemaking. So even taking surveys, we voted yes that day. That could have been an amendment to that motion to say that's going to be part of the process of rulemaking, to start off with surveys. But you're going to initiate rulemaking, but we'll have surveys made in the community to get feedback. That's where I was, and I didn't understand, because it's sort of, like you said, we sort of voted on something that was totally different. You directed the superintendent to do another action instead of that rule. If that makes sense. So I agree with you.
Well, I wrestled with this one because you can put conditions on a motion, direct the superintendent to make rules provided he does a survey first. But if the intent of the rules is to implement the policy and the public is against the policy, then that doesn't make sense in that situation. Does that make sense?
I understand, it does.
And that's why I decided that you had to you had to postpone indefinitely the original motion before making the motion on taking the surveys.
Had the chair done that, would it have been appropriate then for any member, while right after that item is voted on and postponed indefinitely, to make a motion to come back and do the survey?
Correct. That would have been, after hearing the debate, it would have been in order to postpone the main motion. Like you could say, if my colleagues agree, I will introduce a motion that the superintendent take the surveys, but first we must postpone the main motion indefinitely.
And that could have been a chair statement. The chair could have
The
said,
chair could have initiated that
I'll
as
initiate
well.
that motion, but let's dispose of the main motion
First.
I hear you know, if there's unanimous consent, let's postpone this indefinitely, look around, if there's consent, great, and then
Correct.
take the motion. Because the motion really is a different action. The way Dan was describing it, it's a survey on the way to rulemaking, is different than survey instead of rulemaking.
Correct.
And I think the body has to make sure that we're making a clear distinction between those things. And it's probably, yeah, there we go. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
So if it had been done the other way, where a substitute motion was created for that main motion, then would that have been that would have been, as Dr. Zeman said, substitute instead of, that would just get rid of the main motion completely, right? Because one would have to compete with the other.
Correct.
So is that the reason we would not use substitute motion in this case? Because we want to postpone indefinitely, not get rid of it completely?
Well, see, postpone indefinitely avoids making a decision. You're not for it, you're not against it, you're not making a decision yet.
Right, so how would a substitute motion be problematic in this case?
Because in this particular case, it was to take the survey, which was different from writing rules. In other words, the survey is a prerequisite to making the decision on whether to proceed with writing the rules.
So in essence, the substitute motion would have been to postpone indefinitely?
Isn't
No.
it the same thing?
No?
Substitute is an amendment. Postpone indefinitely applies to the main motion, but it is not an amendment in and of itself. So by postponing it indefinitely, the board is not taking a position on proceeding with unified dress code. But by making another main motion, and I believe you said that would be in order under sunshine law, because it's related to the motion that was noticed, to take the survey first.
But I want to be clear about that, Chair. I don't think there's anything in sunshine that prevents us from making a new motion that we never put on the agenda.
That's a
When you
legal
go to
question.
closing comments, I feel like I could raise my hand as a legislator and say, I move a new item,
But isn't that,
new business.
right, but now you're eliminating the public. You haven't
Totally.
given,
Totally, it's politically risky to do that, but it's
Yeah.
not illegal. It doesn't violate sunshine to do that, it's just politically risky, because I'm basically saying, I'm doing this quick, and I hope the public doesn't know about it, so I can convince more of my colleagues to do something without the public's input. And it's risky for everyone to vote for that, or even for the body to take that issue up. But it's not illegal to do that. There's nothing in
wait,
sunshine.
let Ms. McDougal speak.
If I may speak as to the sunshine? So there are three elements to any meeting so that a meeting is sunshine. One is that the meeting must be open to the public,
Yep.
that there is notice of the meeting, and that minutes must be taken of the meeting.
That's it.
And that's it. So if something is not germane, under Robert's rules, that would be one, is out of order, that would be a reason to not consider a motion. But it would not be because it doesn't comply with the sunshine law. It would be because it doesn't comply with Robert's rules.
Right, but at the end of our meeting, when the chair asks, does any school board member have anything else they want to add?
That's right.
I feel I am within legal limits to make a motion on a new item that has not been on the agenda before.
Well, I don't think so. Because the agenda for that meeting was voted upon at the beginning of the meeting, and there was a certain number of items that were part of the agenda to be considered by the board.
So I'd have to start with a motion to amend the agenda?
Yes, if you wanted to add something,
Okay.
I believe Dr. Holness actually did that at one point, and where Mrs. Hickson was here as the chair, and he introduced an item that was not part of the agenda, but he introduced it before the closure of the agenda, and so it was admitted for good cause, and it was then part of the agenda.
Sorry, so you're saying two different things timing-wise, I think. One is the beginning of the meeting, when we open up the agenda, somebody can make a motion. I'd like to add to the chair, I'd like to add or strike, make any kind of changes to the agenda. But once it's approved, can't you also make a motion to amend the agenda as approved?
You can, but first of all, I mean, as a general rule, you shouldn't add items to the agenda, as we have all discussed up here, that are not on the agenda, like late items, right? I mean, I think all the board members complain about late items. So the source of the late items should not be the board member.
Okay.
I mean, you don't want staff to do it, you don't want the superintendent to do it, so you should not be adding that at the last minute either.
But it's not illegal.
It does not violate sunshine to do it that way.
And what is the basis for us not, what's the basis for the statement, we should not do it?
Because again, well, under Robert's rules, there is an agenda, right? And that's more of a Robert's rule issue than a sunshine issue, is what I'm saying. There is a way to keep it out because it should not be added late or it's not, there is no good cause to add an item to the agenda and the chair could rule that there is no good cause to add this new item on the agenda. That's the way to keep it out. Am I making sense?
I'm getting into some details that can be handled otherwise, but
Right.
there are times that things happen in the 2 weeks before we announce an agenda in a school board meeting, in which a school board member, as a legislator on this body, might feel obliged at the beginning either to amend the agenda or after it's been approved to make a motion to amend the agenda. And that's up to the member of the school board to decide if they want to do that. The chair has to make a decision about whether there's just cause.
Good cause, right.
Excuse me, good cause. But that doesn't violate sunshine, and it can be done within Robert's rules, and it's subject to the chair agreeing to saying, hey, there's good cause for taking that item up.
Generally, yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Rupert?
Slippery slope, very slippery slope. I enjoyed the conversation and the little bit of debate that we had here, but I'm just going to say 2 words, and that's going to say it all for me, and it's called grand jury. So, thank you.
Okay.
Is there, can you clarify under Robert's rules, the process for an agenda and how, whether you can amend that like the day of the meeting or after the agenda has been closed?
Well, it depends on the organization. Robert's rules does not apply to, in the sense where you have open meeting laws like the Florida Sunshine Law. But what Robert does prescribe is an order of business to be followed. You do not have to adopt the agenda. It does have an item called new business under which anything can come up. It does not have to be noticed. But as a public body, it's something totally different. So it's not a Robert's Rules issue, it's a statute issue. Okay, can we move on?
Yes, another quick question. Does Robert's rules speak about anything about public comment on motions or anything like that?
No, and I have purposely not addressed that because I think y'all covered that well. The chair asked for public comments, and that's, again, a statutory requirement. Some organizations will have rules on non-members being present, non-members having the privileges of the floor, meaning they can be there, but they cannot participate. So that's another issue that's statutory, not parliamentary law-wise.
I knew the answer, I just wanted you to say it.
See if I knew the answer. I can get stumped. Okay. Moving right along. For a summary of the motion to amend, there are degrees of amendments. Primary is the First Amendment, which applies to the pending motion or resolution, and a secondary amendment that applies to a pending primary amendment. Now, going back to the substitute example, a motion to substitute is a primary amendment, and it is subject to secondary amendments by adding, inserting, striking out and inserting, but it is not in order to substitute a substitute for a substitute. And the secondary amendment is not amendable, meaning you can have 3 processes of amendments. So the processes are, you can insert or add, you can strike out words or a paragraph, you can strike out and insert words, or you can substitute an entire motion or an entire paragraph. All right, any questions on amend in any form? Everybody's cool with that? Yes?
Yep, great.
Oh, no question. No questions, great. All right, I wanted to review debate again. In a couple of meetings I've watched, I heard some great debate, what I would call real debate. So I have to give you guys kudos for that because it was impressive for debate. Debate versus discussion. Discussion is a general conversation about ideas, the kinds of things you would do in a workshop. I think that's a good idea. Has that ever been done before? Do we have any data to support that? In other words, there's not a general motion being discussed. It's just discussing ideas. And I think that's what you do in your workshops, as I understand it. Debate, on the other hand, is, it is discussion, but it's on the merits of a pending motion. Should this be adopted or not? Pro or con, in favor or against a given motion. And it's part of the democratic decision-making process. And it's also, Robert's Rules Parliamentary Procedure applies to deliberative assembly. So in the process of making a decision, you are a deliberative assembly, and to deliberate means to debate. What are some of the rules of debate? I think I mentioned this earlier, that the maker of the motion has the right to speak first, if he so desires. Under Robert's Rules, each member may speak 2 times for 10 minutes. Doesn't mean 4 times or 6 times, or it means 2 times for 10 minutes. You cannot yield or reserve your time, and you cannot speak a second time until everyone has spoken once. Yes, ma'am?
Okay, so, good slide, good slide. So now, is this fact, or is this optional? Like, this is 2 times for 10 minutes is fact, or it's just we can change it based on BCPS policy?
I'm going to cover that.
Perfect.
This is what Robert says. And your policy says you would conduct your meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order.
Amen.
Times for 10 minutes, everybody get that?
Pat, there is an important one, though, that we should talk about, I think, here. Is it just impolite to offer a motion in the first round, or is it wrong?
No, anytime you're at the floor, you can speak in debate or for any legitimate purpose. So if you're recognized, you don't have to debate. You can move right away to making a motion. You don't have to debate.
I will just put this out there. It feels impolite. Yeah, particularly on some of our most interesting issues. The being called by the chair is subject to who gets her attention first, and that's the way meetings go. But getting her attention first to, I understand that it's not against the rules, but it doesn't allow all members of the group to share their original ideas about the item that's on the table. So I understand that you can do it. It feels like I would be cutting people off from sharing their ideas before moving forward. And so thank you, but I got the answer.
Yeah, but you're also here to make decisions, and I assume to get what you want done. And there's strategy involved in some of this.
So, Dr. Zeman, I think that, to your point, even though I might make a motion, come right out of that and make a motion, you can still speak to, I feel like, what you think about the item when you have the opportunity to speak.
So that's it. See, I don't think so. See, in my work on boards, when a motion is so an item's on the floor, and then a motion comes out. The debate now is about the motion, not about the item.
That's correct.
And you could actually make a motion, and then I start talking about the item, you go, sorry, Zeman, you're out of order.
Yeah.
I'm like, what? Oh, but I wanted to talk about the item. You're like, well, so what? And I think Ms. McDougal's point is, there's a strategy to legislating, and sometimes you want to throw your motion out before people can debate to get the discussion about the motion, not about the item. And I think we do confuse that. I think as board members and as an assembly, we're not following the rules when there's a motion on the floor. That's what we are supposed to debate or discuss, not the main item.
That's correct. The last motion made is what's debated or what's being debated.
Yeah, and so if someone's trying to be strategic, they do it by getting a motion when they talk second or third or whenever, in order to constrain the debate about that motion. And I understand why they might want to do that. As Pat said, sometimes people want to win, not have a public debate about a public policy issue.
Well, doesn't the public comments come before debate after a motion is made? I thought so. Okay, well, anyway, on the rules of debate, you can't speak a second time, according to Robert, until everyone's had a chance to speak one time. Debate is closed when no additional members seek the floor, and the chair may not cut off debate. Chair can say, does anybody have anything new to add? But the chair can't say that. I'll hear two more. I hear this all the time. Two more speakers and that's it. That's the end of debate. That's not good procedure. Okay, the other part of debate is decorum in debate. And Robert refers to decorum as practices and customs that assist in making debate smooth and orderly. Interruptions are out of order. You must be recognized to speak. And remarks must be germane, same as amendments must be germane. The remarks must be germane. And you want to avoid attacking another member or avoid name calling, and address all remarks to the chair. There's a general rule: you talk to nobody in this room but the chair. If you have a question, you ask the chair to get the answer for you. That's just the simplest way to put it. You only talk to the chair, not to, and definitely not to each other. I did watch one meeting where there was a going back and forth between two board members, and that would be a violation of the rules of decorum. Wrong button again. Okay, now going back to the question on changing the rules of debate. There are two motions on the chart. One is to limit or extend limits of debate. Remember now, Robert has 2 times for 10 minutes. And you can close debate with previous question, or you can consider informally. So if you have limitations on your debate, for example, say you adopted a rule that debate on all motions shall be limited to 20 minutes, and the 20 minutes is up, and it's really a critical issue, you could move to consider the motion informally, and then the rules of debate no longer apply. There's no more time limits on debate. Yes?
I have a question. Do you have to do this on every motion? Like, so Robert says 2 times 10, but if the chair or the board members wanted to be able to debate it until we came to a consensus, would you have to say at the beginning of that motion, consider informally?
You could. You could adopt a motion to extend the time to an hour. It helps if you set limits on yourself, but by the same token, setting limits is can be stymieing. So there's a balance there between limitations and no limitations.
So the unspoken idea is we're going to do 2 10-minute, the limit is 2 times 10 minutes. But if someone wanted to extend that, you'd have to do that at the beginning, or you do it while you're in the heat of the motion? I'm just trying to
both. You could do it at the beginning of the meeting. You could do it for one motion only.
I think what she's saying, like, if we're already in the motion, I spoke, there's a few people that already spoke, can someone just say they want to make a motion to extend debate?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
And to be clear, the 210s is our policy. Because we've said we're going to follow Roberts, and Roberts is 210s, that's why we do it.
I just wondered if you had to set that for every motion, or it's just an unspoken agreement, because it's a policy that it's limited to 20 minutes total, and if you wanted to extend it, where is it appropriate, at the beginning? Is it okay to do it in the middle?
I think that's my next slide. That you can adopt a special rule that applies to all meetings. In other words, Robert says 2 times for 10 minutes. You could adopt a rule that debate shall be limited, or rules of debate shall be 2 times, or shall be 4 times for 2 minutes, whatever you wanted to make it. But a special rule is a rule that supersedes what's in Robert. So that becomes effective for all meetings all the time. You could also adopt a debate limit for this meeting only. In other words, there's something critical going on, you've got a certain amount of business to do before 5 o'clock and you want to be out of here. So you could have a motion to limit debate for this meeting only. Yes?
I have a question about the 10 minutes. Sometimes board members ask questions, and then staff will answer the question. Does the staff time answering the question go in the 10 minutes, or they pause the time and only when the board member's speaking, the 10 minutes?
If you were really being correct about it, the question and answer part would not be part of debate. I was at a convention and they had
stop the time.
They had stop clocks for speaking in debate and for total time. So, but you have to be on your toes as the timekeeper to make the cutoff and stop
We have an
the clock.
excellent timekeeper.
Stop the clock. But by the same token, maybe you don't need to be military precise.
Well, it depends. My view is if we cut the public off at their time, we got to cut us off at our time too. We can't, I mean, my own view is we can't treat the public any different than we treat each other.
That's a good point too.
So.
And then you could also adopt a debate limit for the current motion only. So you have the choice of doing a rule, for a universal rule for this meeting or for this motion only. Okay, it says here I got 2 minutes left. The process, again, going over that, the debate circle is where everything happens, where you debate, where you make amendments. So it is probably the most important step in the process. But a couple of other things I wanted to go over. And one is a point of order. A point of order can be raised by any member. It is to point out a violation of the rules, and the chair, and it can interrupt. A member does not have to be recognized to raise a point of order. And then the chair responds by asking the member to state their point of order. And then the chair rules. Your point is well taken, or your point is not well taken. And that's it. You can give the reasons. The motion is not germane, as an example. And then if some member of the board disagrees, they can appeal the decision of the chair. Yes?
And what's the difference between a point of order and I have a parliamentary inquiry?
Next slide. Okay, a point of order is pointing out there has been a violation of the rules. A parliamentary inquiry is to ask a question about parliamentary procedure. And then, but there's no opinion given there. I mean, there's no ruling given there. The chair is giving a ruling on what she thinks the parliamentary procedure is, and may consult with the parliamentarian to ask, like, I don't know what the answer is. Could you tell me how to answer the board member's question? Mm-hmm. So point of order requires a ruling by the chair, which can be appealed. Parliamentary inquiry is just an answer to a question about parliamentary procedure. Good? Okay.
Easy, Andre.
I'm almost done. 3 minutes, 4 minutes?
Okay.
Yeah, it's 11:30.
Oh, all right, I'll hurry. I'll skip the next one. You can also ask for a request for information, which you probably do a lot. You want to ask staff questions. You want to ask the superintendent questions. You do not have to be recognized to do that.
But those are not substantive questions. Those are questions about procedures.
No, question or information could be about motions.
Right. I can't say in the middle of moving into an item, hey, Soup, what do you think about the dress code?
No.
No,
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's not substantive about the item, it's about the process.
The request for information could be to ask the superintendent what surveys have been done in the past.
Okay, now I'm confused.
Is
because-
that item on the budget? Would it be in order to amend the budget, or how does that work? Could the superintendent explain that?
Okay, so you told me that I only talk to the chair.
That's correct, but you asked the chair the question.
Sure, so I get it, but that would be while an item is on the floor,
Correct?
not while an item is about to be called up.
Correct.
Thank you. My point was, you talked about a point of order and a parliamentary inquiry, and then you went right into you can ask questions. You can't just randomly ask questions whenever you feel like it.
I'm trying to think of a situation
Like there's
where
no
you-
item on the floor yet. You can't just say, hey, Soup, what do you think about those early release days?
No, that would not be in order.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, would it be simple? He's asking for opinions. What do you think? How do you feel? What you're suggesting to us is you're asking for factual information. I think that's the distinguishing point here. Am I correct?
Yes,
Thank you.
yes, definitely. In other words, there's some information you need from staff or from past experience that will influence your decision.
Opinion.
Okay.
Said no?
Rules of order, just to clarify what rules of order are. First of all, the caption on this cartoon is, on second thought, operator, cancel the call to the riot squad and send over a parliamentarian. Rules of order refer to the written rules of parliamentary procedure. Such rules refer to the orderly transaction of business in meetings and to the duties of officers in that regard. The key word is orderly. Okay, just to review, the basic principles of parliamentary law is that the majority has the right to decide. It's not consensus. The majority is more than half. The minority has a right to be heard. The rights of individual members, each member has equal rights to speak in debate, to make motions, and to vote. The rights of absentees, which doesn't usually apply here. That's why a quorum is required, to know that no decisions will be made in the absence of a quorum. And then all of these things together, and I put the chair in the middle because it's to the chair to see that all of these things are done. And kind of a last word thing, debate, when you're speaking in debate, always discuss the merits. Speak only to the chair. Only the chair rules on points of order, and the chair should state motions before taking a vote. Always, always, always. The cartoon says, today is our first paperless and digitalist meeting. In other words, we're switching over to ESP. Just a lighthearted note. And even in small boards, all proposed actions must be approved by taking a vote. And lastly, in this happy little group, it is very material, Robert says, that order, decency, and regularity be preserved in a dignified public body. And there's that word order again. Experience has shown that a board that functions in an orderly fashion, achieved by the application of parliamentary law, is well respected as a board. Concurrently, the decisions made in an orderly manner are more likely to be accepted. Thank you for the opportunity to present the 2 training sessions. My hope is that you have found the presentations productive and that you will apply the rules of order introduced and that board meetings will be productive as well as orderly and maybe even shorter. Thank you again.
Thanks, Pat.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McDougall, for being here and helping us. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms.
I
McDougall.
believe this was passed out again, and if not, always keep it with you, because
The next item is the Bond Oversight Committee Report, fiscal year 24, Q1. I will now turn it over to staff for a presentation. Is there anybody on the line? No one's on the line. Thank you.
How are you? Thank you. All right.
Sorry. You may begin.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Omar Shim, Director of Capital Budget. For the bond, can you hear me?
No.
Is it green? Bring it closer, if you could.
Check.
There we go.
There we go. Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Omar Shim. I'm the Director of Capital Budget. I have Latha Krishnaya from the Bond Oversight Committee to present.
Good morning, Mr. Superintendent and board chair and board members. We have a few items. We are pleased at this time. I want to begin with saying that we are pleased with the progress that we are seeing compared to previous times. A few of the things that we wanted to bring to your attention is we want to continue to concentrate on finishing projects that we feel is important, that the projects that have already started be finished. We are also a little bit concerned that we have vacancies on the board, and we want those vacancies also filled if possible. We have a problem sometimes with quorum because those vacancies are not there, and the resolution states who should be part, which profession should be part of the composition of that board. And this would alleviate, if we manage to fill them, alleviate the one obstacle that we sometimes have to conducting business. We don't vote on a lot of things, the minutes and perhaps new members. The positive thing is we did have one new member that that was appointed, and we was on the board from the last meeting. So we are making progress on that, in that direction. We also not adopted, but now we are meeting, even if we are not, don't have a quorum, when we meet, at least the presentations by staff are made to us. And that is important because that's important for the public to see, as well as us to see that what is happening. So that is a positive. We also would like, if possible, if members cannot make the meeting, if they can attend virtually, at least to listen. And if we have a full component, members that are specialized in certain areas could follow up, ask the questions. So even if they can't be there to vote, if a vote comes up, but vote rarely comes up. It's as I said, it's mostly the minutes or voting in a new member. We are also asking the board to adopt an errors and omissions policy. That is important because there is no policy at this time, and if the board adopts a policy, it will be helpful to staff to follow up if, there are errors and omissions. I believe, as I was just told, that other districts, especially our neighboring districts, Dade and Palm Beach do have a policy of this nature. So that'll be important. Also, the risk assessment, and I think we got it today. We want to make sure the current risk assessment is released in time, and if the next one is ready or done, that also be released, and so that we can review it in time. So that's the other thing that we're asking. We are very pleased with the outreach and social media efforts. They have ramped up quite a bit and are reaching a lot more people. So that is important because one of the things we were noticing is that the community was not really aware of all the things that were going on, especially the good things. They were concentrating on the negatives. Also, a couple of our members, we sometimes ask for things. And I think it was brought to you before, but we want to make sure that some of the items that board members, the oversight committee members, ask for are brought to them, are reported back to them in a timely fashion. We are receiving a lot more information now on a very regular basis, so we are very happy with that. But members sometimes have questions about specific items or schools, and we would like that information to get back to the whole committee as soon as possible. I think this is also one of the issues that Tax Watch has brought before you before. We don't really get a lot of the community come to our meetings or for public comments, but if they do and they bring something to us, even if it's outside the scope of the SMART bond, people don't understand what was within that scope, but they want something for their school, and if they come before us and ask for that, staff gets back to them, but we want to make sure that they get the answers that they're seeking in a timely fashion, and also that the Oversight Committee is notified when that is done. And lastly, we are very grateful to Bob Nave and Tax Watch for all of their work, their vigilance, and their recommendations, because that makes it a lot easier for the Oversight Committee to follow along and follow up. So thank you very much.
Staff, do you have a staff presentation?
Yeah, staff does have a presentation, and if the board wants to, we can go through it. It's included, and it's up to the board if you want to, or you can go directly to questions.
Okay. All right, we can, is everybody okay with just questions? Yes? Okay, we'll just go to questions. Thank you. Anybody have any questions? Okay, doctors, I'm sorry. Oh, is there, I'm sorry, thank you. Any public comment on?
Madam Vice Chair, we do not have any one registered online or signed up in person.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. Okay, Dr. Zeman?
I loved your comment about not getting answers. I appreciate that. Like, I personally appreciate that. It's good to be able to get answers to a board, particularly one like the Bond Oversight Board, which helps us tremendously with the perception of this general obligation bond. And so I hope that improves. I will tell you, board members sometimes might have that same issue. But I will say that over the last 6 months, the relationship between the board and staff and the speed of information has become tremendous. And I hope that that extends out to something like the Bond Oversight Board, because that is a board that helps us immeasurably in what they're doing. 2 big points, though, that I got out of this report. One, I feel like one of my colleagues having to say this, but our resolution is about financial closeout by October 2025. It is not about substantial completion. And the chalk line has to be drawn for what SMART bond projects are called SMART bond, because they will financially close out by October 2025. That's critically important. And I don't want to have to say it again and again, but on page 29, the SMART program remains on track with substantial completion, but I'm going to read the resolution. The resolution says that it was approved by the board. The board has set a requirement the SMART program be completed by October 2025. This expectation includes the financial closeout and full expenditure of general obligation funds. So it's important that we all sing from the same sheet of music, I think. And the Bond Oversight Committee, I hope, adopts the language of the school board, which is about financial closeout. And that's a high bar. It takes us a long time to get to financial closeout. But the intent, I think, of the board as expressed in this resolution is to get to that point. And whatever we have by October 2025 that's through financial closeout will be called a SMART bond project, and the others will flow over into becoming, eventually, we'll have a much bigger capital project going forward. The second major point is that I continue to be a little bit surprised by the role of vendors and the role of government. And it's critically important that the government understand the role of government and understand what is appropriate to delegate to volunteers or to delegate to vendors. And there's critical, governance issues that go on in this. And I'll just give you an example. I went to an advisory board meeting where a government official offered a solicitation to volunteers. I guess I just got to say that violates every known governance standard in modern government history. Only government people can write a government requirement, which is then turned over to a pool of vendors who get to bid on it through usually a proposal process. And that review of what they turn in also has to be done by government. We just have to make sure that we're aware of that as a team. The same is true of vendors. We hire vendors, we write a contract, they have things to do, either deliverables or an amount of time they're going to spend on things. And that's the contract. We give you money, you do this, and it's perfectly appropriate for the government on behalf of the board to monitor what's going on, to look at timesheets, to look at the deliverables, and that forms a really great relationship, and it forms performances that then those vendors can use to bid on other work. It's a very clear market-based system. But what government has to do includes things like write requirements for government work solely by somebody that has a BrowardCountySchools.com or gov extension, may not be shared with the public, who could slant the solicitation in a way that they prefer it to be slanted. That just cannot happen. And so when I hear things like that, I just have alarms going off. And I hope that, that we make it clear what government could do, what volunteers do to help us as partners, and what do vendors do because we pay them to do either deliverables or spend some time providing some services. It must be very clear what those three groups do. In this particular case, the volunteer group that sits on this board does an incredible service as a partner to this board and to Broward County Schools in watching what's going on, in reporting things that you've assessed, things like the communication has gotten better, things like we need to focus on closing things out and having ribbon cuttings and showing the public that we've gotten things done. I'll give you one example of what I think the bond committee can help us with. We're going to deliver $146 million more to the taxpayers than what we promised them in 2014. That's 18% above and beyond what we said we were going to deliver. It took us a long time. It cost us more than we thought. There were challenges in the process all along. But we also have to tell the public that we gave more than what we promised. And that's very important. Someday, a school board is going to go back and ask for more. We're going to ask for another referendum for additional critical obligations for which we don't get enough money. And the message that goes out is, yes, maybe slower than we want. Certainly construction cost us a lot more than we ever anticipated in 2014, but we delivered $146 million more in scope than what we put on the list that you approved to give us this general obligation bond. So the communication has gotten better in my assessment as well. There are more things we want to communicate. I love your emphasis on closing out things. And in terms of an errors and omissions policy, Chair, I volunteer a policy that we not have any.
Dr. Licata.
Dr. Zeman, thank you for that. That goes right to that group sitting in front of us, that the performance of the staff in all aspects and coming together and gelling. Some of our new folks out there that I see, I can't say thank you enough. They're the ones that have prioritized this as a district. We are far away from where we need to be, but we're much closer than we were, if that makes sense. We're going to continue that. I talk to Tax Watch once a month, usually, and discuss what's going on with them. But what this team has done here and coming together and making sure that we're addressing it. We still got a lot of work to do, but they get it. We get it. I thank all those sitting out there smiling and nodding their heads, because that team is incredible, and I appreciate them.
Any other board member questions? Ms. Rupert?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gesundheit. Can the superintendent expound on the OIG investigation as it pertains to the bond work? Let's start with maybe the point that you were notified, and then how, I'm not asking for names and numbers, I'm just trying to get questions answered that I've been receiving from the public. I thought I'd give you the opportunity.
I can. Here.
Dr. Licata.
Yes, I can absolutely expound on that. 3 weeks ago, I received an email stating that we needed to set up a meeting with the State Florida Department of Education, OIG. And we did set that meeting up last week, I believe, and they had their lawyers and such in the room. And they said they're finishing up north and south of here, and they wanted to review ours. And they said specifically they're looking at exactly what the bulletin said, specifically to any information that might have been misleading or omitted during that process of 2014. Up till now, I don't know about how far now is, but he said somewhere between 2014 and 2022. The others was some folks that were working for us, inspectors, that they wanted mostly to do with roofing work they wanted to look at specifically. And finally, last year's separation agreements. As the memo said that I delivered, 18, 24 hours after the meeting and gathered everything, we are cooperating fully. I think this is an opportunity for us to move forward and look at some of the past mistakes, if there were some, but also, more importantly, that everything is open. And I've contacted all the departments, executive cabinet, and told them they get free range of whatever they need to see. If we can learn from something, we can learn from something. But I know they are finishing south and north of here, or they finished one of them and just about to finish up the other. It's taxpayer money. And they were very cordial. I told them, let me know how I can help you and welcome you in if you need space, any of that. And here we are. So we'll go through that and see what it is, but maybe learn from past mistakes if we haven't. But it's full on, and we are going to cooperate fully and intentionally.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And my second question is about Margate Middle School. If there's an update, any information that you have on that is more recent than the few months behind that we follow. So if you're the superintendent.
Dr. Licata.
Staff, would you, Ms. Chupkowski, I think you have an update on that real quick.
Yes, I do. Can you hear me okay?
I can, but I'm almost on your lap, so.
Okay.
Like right here.
So Margate Middle School, there was a big protest, as you know, but that has been pretty much resolved. The item is going to the next board meeting next week, and if approved by the board, we'll be able to resume.
Right. Can you share with how much more delay this will be? If not, I don't want to put you in a hard spot. Just,
I can get back to you
before
on
next
that.
week.
Yes.
We will follow up on that for sure, because I'd like to know as well.
Okay. Thank you for that. This one's on the pink sticky note. we've come a long way in answering questions. I mean, this is from a board member who actually had a database called the Database of Unanswered Questions, for real. So I wholeheartedly think that we've made some steps in the right direction. What I find a little lacking is on recommendation number 4, and it could be any recommendation. It's not the actual verbiage for this particular item, but this is like a pet peeve of mine. The answer would be the economic development and diversity compliance. You go through that, and then this is the part that kind of rubbed me the wrong way. Marketing efforts include but are not limited to. Okay, so that's always the same thing, the same answers that we get. They're always the same. With procurement opportunities, surveying potential people, outreaching to firms, reciprocal certification availability. Those are the same tactics that we've been doing all along. So my question really is, what is a new strategy or policy change suggestion where we will have a successful program, not just making an effort, and I'm doing the little air quotes here, but actually increasing contract awards and money in our African American, non-minority SBEs, and our Caucasian women vendors nearby. So, do you understand the semantics, Superintendent?
Yeah, I'd be happy to address that. I believe that was something we talked about my first month here, just 6 months ago. There isn't a written policy, but I have done that in person. I've met with several of the contractors, especially minority contractors that I've been familiar with that have worked for us or have worked for me previously in another place, and asked them to come back on board. I know that Stevenson is a big part of ours, but I've asked Mayor Messam to get them back on board for us. Several women-owned companies and local companies as well. I think we have to be we have to be their good customer so they can be our good customer. And I don't know if that's always to be true, but I know that group sitting back there that I thanked before has been incredibly active. I think some of it might not be a policy thing. I think it might be an approach. Right. I know we have 2 amazing new people that came in from another district that have brought some vendors with them because of how they've acted. I think that's huge in essence. Another one that we've really done a good deed on is, and I know that a couple folks out here bother me all the time with emails, I approve every change order, personally. I don't know if I can sustain that, but I think it's reduced the change orders. It's given us an opportunity to ask more questions. And if you just want to pretend like people are getting it done, then it's great. But I have to see it, I have to know it, I have to look at it. And most importantly, I have a board member to my left who monitors them very closely over here. And we've gotten quite a few credits back lately, and we're going to continue that. So I don't know if we're doing it in policy, but we're doing it more in practice right now. Okay. And I think me being the superintendent and being out front and meeting with builders or out there in the community and talking to them directly. We need you. We really do need you because we're really limited on our contractors that are bidding on our stuff.
Right, okay. Thank you for that. And then kind of a Robin Bartleman puddle jump. Concerning the memo with the change of leadership for AECOM and the replacement for that person, I'm trying to remember back if in our contract we as a board had to approve.
That's accurate.
Yes, okay.
That is accurate. We were not excited by the first group. Good people, but we weren't sure that was where we wanted to go. Great people, actually, so they refigured, and they're bringing back, Ms. Chupkowski, was it yesterday, or did they bring it back this morning? So we will review it first, and then we will bring it before you. It is this board's final decision on who is selected for that replacement.
Okay. I don't want to take up any more time with that, but I have some questions for General Counsel I will do offline for that. And it's imperative, going back to the 146 million more deliverables that my learned colleague just brought forth. It's it's 146 million more that was in the scope, but also is 146 million more taxpayer dollars have to be expended. So I think we need to really keep that in mind. And I love that there's a positive to it. But did I say that wrong? Okay, correct me, because I thought I was paraphrasing.
Thank you for allowing me to do that. It's $146 million of additional scope above the original SMART program that this board approved. So an example of additional scope would be, rather than the promised repairs and renovations at Northeast, the board opted to put in a new building. That's additional scope. So 146 is above and beyond the original promise to the community.
Well, yes, but where's the money coming from?
From the capital millage,
And where does that come from?
our taxpayers.
That was my point.
Okay.
That one. See where I was saying?
That part of your statement, ma'am, was accurate.
Yes.
But it was not original scope that cost more, it was additional scope that the taxpayers indeed paid for.
Yes, yes. And well aware what the measly amount was in the beginning, but I appreciate the fact that we're moving forward in that way. And that, I believe, is all the questions that I have. Just let me double check with Atkins. Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
Mrs. Pham? Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. I just have a question for the tax board, and thank you, oversight committee, sorry about that. Thank you for what you do. In the process of when you were looking at why we don't have the number of women and minority businesses, did you look into, or did you find an issue with some of that being because we just don't pay in a timely manner? And if that's the case, what were some of the recommendations to correct that problem?
I don't believe that ever came up, the pay part. I don't remember that it was addressed, but yes, we do remind them that, we look at the progress and that's it, basically, but we didn't delve into any details.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think it's something that would be moving forward, something to maybe look into, because I have had a number of conversations with contractors and architects in the last couple of weeks, as I've shared with the superintendent, and a lot of it is they just can't afford to wait on the payment. So I would really like to know moving forward what maybe the committee's suggestion is for us to be able to remove that barrier, because it seems to be a long-standing barrier. So how do we move? And I know that I've spoken with Ms. Chapkowski about it as well. So there may be something moving forward, but just a suggestion from one board member as something that maybe the oversight committee could also be keeping track of.
Definitely, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Holness?
Madam Chair, I believe it appears Ms. Marte wanted to add to that, and I would love to hear what her input is. I saw her hand was going up with Board Member Hickson's comment.
Dr. Licata?
Ms. Marte.
Thank you, Dr. Licata. So, based on the board's financial closeout resolution of October 25th, it became apparent that our closeout process is significantly different than neighboring districts. So the actual final payments more reside in finance than with Ms. Chapkowski, but she certainly agrees with me. When she came here, she was surprised by the amount of time our process holds retainage and things like that. So we are benchmarking. We've got the documents from neighboring districts. Ms. Andreu and I are working on revamping that process. We'll bring it. It's not a policy. It's a process to reduce that time significantly, which will address some of your concerns.
Madam Chair. Okay, and I had also spoken to Ms. Chapkowski in the past regarding the time frame and where the holdups are in terms of if it's in facilities, if it's in financing. So if, I don't know, through the superintendent, if Ms. Chupkowski would be able to comment on that at all, because we did have that conversation in the past as far as holding up some of these payment, and I think it does impact minority firms. You know, we had a good conversation, and I would like to see if she could comment on that.
I'll open it up. Yes, it does absolutely have to do with, it hurts our smaller companies. It hurts our local companies that aren't massive, but it doesn't matter. We don't pay well or on time. We haven't, but I don't want to blame everybody in the world. Our process was very cumbersome, and with the rollover that we had was nothing was fluid. Now that we've settled down a little bit and we have folks figuring it out and working through it, that's why we're able to finally be that good customer of the customer, and that's where we're heading. So, Ms. Chupkowski, you want to complete on that, but we weren't the best customer to our customers, shall we?
Right, because it appears that sometimes when one area process, then it goes to another area and it sits there for a while without any need to expedite the process, and then it goes to another area, so there seems to be no urgency. But I think the board is saying that we want to see that priority is there in the timeliness of this, because it impacts how minority companies are able to function.
We're going to go ahead and put together a flow chart on what has been past practice, and then we'll put together what we have for continued or future process that I don't believe requires board approval, but it does shorten that flow chart significantly. So we will get that. But Ms. Chupkowski, you want to finish any of that on there? I think Dr. Holness wanted some information.
I think you cover it all, but basically, yeah, we're looking at processes, as Ms. Marta mentioned. There was a long process to determine the TIAs that we're looking at. The change order process of everybody that was involved, we already made some changes. So, and working with AECOM, we're trying to come up with a good process so that it doesn't delay as much, but basically the same.
Okay, so is it possible that as it moves through the required departments for processing, that there are time limits set to each of these that would not
hold them up,
cause delays?
I'm going to put her on the spot and ask Ms. Andrea to come up real quickly and talk about what she would like to see and what she's putting in for time and expediency. And I know that you weren't prepared for this, but I know you know it on the top of your head, so I'm not worried about your answer.
Good morning, Jennifer Andreu, Executive Director, Operations. So yes, I can work with Mrs. Marte on that flow chart that was mentioned earlier, and really, unless there is some extenuating circumstance, set some time limits of 72 hours for a department to process their piece of it and move it on to the next, approver. Right. So I will work with her on that and setting those time limits.
I appreciate that, Ms. Andreu, because I think with the time limits, it will cause each department to move in a greater sense of urgency. And I think Ms. Marte wanted to add to it. It looks like Dr. Licata.
Thank you,
Yes,
Dr.
please.
Licata. I should have said this earlier. One thing that did become apparent was the size of the AECOM invoice, which is about this thick in paper, contains invoices from each of the subs. And if one sub's invoice had an issue, it was holding the whole thing. So we changed, shortly after Ms. Andreu arrived, to paying the pieces that are right. So we pay the invoice in sections. As each section is approved and correct, Ms. Chupkowski will forward that along to make sure that, because someone didn't do the right paperwork, not everybody's penalized. And that came as a result of the meetings that we're now routinely having with our subcontractors. So we meet with them routinely and often, as opposed to in the last contract year, Dr. Holness.
Right.
And that was at the direction of the board after the renewal.
Right, and I'm glad you said that, Ms. Marte, because I have had a discussion before, and I've heard that was the reason for some of the holdup, because they're trying to approve everything at the same time. And I am glad that we're sorting through and not penalizing or affecting the other companies because somebody's not doing their paperwork correctly or holding up the process. So I'm glad that that change has taken place, because I couldn't understand it. Why are we waiting on others to process everybody else's? Because they're not doing their work in time. So thank you, appreciate it.
Mrs. Leonardi?
Kind of in the same vein, to what extent have we collected data from our SMWBEs or those businesses that are not working with us as to why they don't work with us? Because I hear a lot of times, just like anecdotally, oh, we don't want to work with Broward schools.
I'm going to leave that for staff, but I think, Ms. Andrea, you probably have some direct responses, and maybe anecdotal, but it's directly to you for that. And Ms. Mills, if you can assist as well.
Good afternoon. So yes, as we completed the disparity study at the end of 2023, we had a lot of data, and we spoke to those vendors firsthand. And a big part was mentioned earlier, the payment issue. A small business cannot float their payroll, so they need timely payments. So if we can expedite that process, I think we would increase the number of small local businesses, minority women-owned businesses that would do business with the district. Ms. Mills is in the process of meeting with her counterpart for Broward County. We have a reciprocal process in the policy that was approved by the board. It has not really been instituted. So now we would like to. That's going to increase our pool significantly. It's going to double the pool, if you will. Now, part two will be aligning those vendors to actual opportunities. Some of them we know are not areas that we might purchase. You know, there's a lot of cosmetology. There are a lot of consultants. It's a very a huge pool of consultants. Those are vendors that we might not necessarily ever utilize. But, of course, our contractors, our trades, we absolutely want to bring in some new, diverse people who have never worked with the district. So we are providing, to answer an earlier question, what we call concierge service. We're not asking our vendors to go on DemandStar or Ariba or any other platform to look for opportunities. We are calling our vendors and telling them the opportunities that are available. We are emailing them once it's published, to Board Member Zeman's point. Once the information is published on DemandStar, we are emailing them personally the ITB, the RFP. So we're doing a lot of that legwork for them to simplify the process, to make it easier, and now they know they have direct contact with a specific person in the Economic Development Diversity Compliance Office that they can call or email when they have a question or they face some type of obstacle.
Thank you, and that's why I'm so glad you're with us, Ms. Andreu. I also had, I was recalling that when we started working with AECOM, there was supposed to be a special program through AECOM kind of helping with our SMWBEs growing their work. What is the status of that program?
Dr. Licata?
That seems to be historical. Is there something, anyone here that would be able to get that historical perspective?
Dr. Licata, I can add to that a little bit and tell you that we have 2 or 3 AECOM people in our office, 3 that Ms. Mills supervises. So they directly work with our small minority women, veteran-owned local businesses.
Okay.
That is their role specifically.
Got it, thank you. I guess I would, I thank you for that response to this, through the chair to the superintendent. I would really like a more formal status update on that program for follow-up. And then my comment about the payment on time, like being paid on time, that's been an issue for a very, very long time. And so I would just, I would like to know why it's taken this so long to try to figure that out. So I'm thankful that we are figuring that out now, but it's been years that this has been an issue. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So my comments on page 1 of the tax watch recommendations. So recommendation number 2, there's a list of 4 schools. Margate Middle School was already mentioned. Riverglades Elementary School, Coconut Palm Elementary School, and Pasadena Lakes Elementary School. So each of these schools are at the high level of risk. And because they're at a high level of risk, I think that it would benefit if the superintendent could, in his weekly report, just give an update until those schools are no longer on the high level risk. Then I think it can go to monthly. So that is my recommendations. My colleagues okay with that? Yes? Okay. Dr. Licata?
That is a great thing that we will put on, we'll add a 7th page, but it's a lot of information there. What we also do is we're going to be sitting down in a week or two with the executive cabinet and looking at how our limited funds next year and how we avoid getting into this high priority or this high risk piece in our schools, and planning the limited capital that we have, that finite number, to expend it the absolute best way to avoid getting into these high-risk situations again, and making sure we're taking care of the schools that have, again, been promised for a long time, and now we're in a tough predicament. So we really have to get that pencil nice and sharp, and we also will bring it forward to you all because it's part of our budget approval process, but it'll be about those places that are so high risk that haven't gotten our attention, because we don't have a big amount of cash, and we have to spend it wisely.
Chair, to the superintendent's point, if I could offer just one more piece to that. Those 4 schools are great to track. There's an index of high risk, though, that right now sits at $24 million. So that's the high-risk projects. That's Atkins' assessment of what we might have to find down the road. I would just ask if we could include that one number in that weekly report. Hopefully it'll track down, as we de-risk things, but if, with your concurrence, if we could add that.
Yes, I agree. Thank you. On page 10 of the Bond Oversight Committee report, the quarter results overview, my question is, this speaks to different followers on social media. What handle are you referring to here on page 10?
Staff.
Good afternoon. Oops. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Would you kindly repeat the question on which metric were you referring to?
So on all of them, Instagram, X, Facebook, what handles are you speaking to? I don't see it on this page.
What is our address for this?
Oh, our actual handles? Mm-hmm. Oh, you know what? I'm going to have to ask you to excuse my memory. I don't have it off the top of my
That's
head.
okay. So my point is that we need to be writing that down here. And I
understand.
think that our followers will increase if we communicate more effectively what those handles are, not only here, but I think just across the board, even in our schools. So many times when I go to schools and I ask them, because I want to tag them in a post, they don't know what their handles are. So it's very frustrating for me as a school board member. And, we always say we have difficulty with communicating, and we want to communicate the great things that are happening in our schools. So we need to be able to tag people. These numbers and followers should be a lot larger. And, Broward Schools has a lot of followers. So we should be, in these posts, tagging at Broward Schools. So that's just my point on that. Do you have the answer?
Yes, we have 2 people with the answers.
Yes, I do have, I will ask Denise to just share the handles in a moment, but that's great feedback. Thank you for that. And moving forward, we'll make sure that we actually write out the handles in all of our communications.
You're welcome to the microphone, and Mr. Sullivan, as your staff approaches, you're more than welcome to add to that answer as well.
Our handle on Instagram is at BCPS_smart, and it's the same on Facebook, Twitter, and on YouTube.
Perfect.
And it'll be in every publication as we move forward when we point to this.
Thank you. That is all of my questions. Any other board members with comments or questions? Mm-hmm. All right, thank you so much. And we are now going to recess this meeting for a closed-door meeting. Thank you. Welcome back. The school board workshop is now reconvened. The next item is 4+1 Academic School Week, Part 2. I will now turn it over to staff for the presentation.
I would like to first thank staff for putting this together. I know that a lot of our main academic team is sitting in the back, and they never get the credit they do. If anyone has noticed, our scores are looking better and better through our PMs, and we want to continue that way. That is our, Dr. Wanza, would you say academics is? It's our core business. Dr. Hepburn is going to take it over from here with a brief presentation and then address questions directly. Take it away, sir.
Good afternoon. Check, check. You hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Good afternoon. Dr. Hepburn,
You lost your mic, sir.
Testing, testing. There we go. Good afternoon, Dr. Hepburn, Deputy Superintendent, Teaching and Learning. We're going to start with the 4+1 info that we were asked to bring back. Instead of going through the entire slide deck, give a quick synopsis of the information that we've collected, and we can turn it over to board discussion. In summary, we did do some research. We did provide additional information in reviewing the school, current school model at Pompano Beach High School that kind of predicated this discussion to see if we can leverage what's been going on at their school and scale out those opportunities. First off, we want to make sure that the board and the public does understand that Pompano Beach High School is a full choice magnet with specific entrance criteria, where all students happen to have a level 3 or above on the FAST PM3, and also maintaining a 2.5 GPA throughout their time there. Without that if that GPA gets below a 2.5, students are dismissed from the program. They do offer school for 4 days out of the 5-day week, Monday through Thursday, with Friday not being a requirement for students, and it's with optional opportunities for students. Many of those opportunities on the campus on Friday are voluntary by most of the teachers. Things that are prearranged actually cost additional money. The typical day for a student and a teacher on those campuses, usually instruction starts at 7 o'clock and ends at 3:30. Most of the other high schools around the district end at exactly 2:40. Can't hear me? Testing. This one's done. This one's worse. Turn my mic up?
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Well, I got to lean into it then. All right. All right. All right. And so, as I was saying, student and teacher days, instruction starts at 7 and ends at 3:30. Most of our typical high schools around the district end at 2:40. So about a 45-minute shift in the time frame for many of those schools. We did send out surveys to parents, teachers at the high school level, and also principals at the high school level, and students. Parents, teachers, and principals, of course, a majority of them actually were in favor of a 4-day school week, but when it came to impact, as far as on academics or concerns about instruction on campus, student well-being, and those things, it was very mixed. Probably about, I would say, a 50-50 percentage split, or sometimes a 40 in favor and a 60 in favor, not in favor, or depending on that group. Students were interesting, where probably about 50% of them did not want to transition to a 4-day school week, with some referencing the COVID shutdown and the lack of the socializing with their peers during COVID was a reminder for many of them. Yeah, I'm not scrolling through it. And in addition to that, with the BTU current contract, you can condense their workday with the same amount of hours within the 5-day work week, but anything addition on the Friday would cost the district additional money. So we also included some comparative schools to Pompano that aren't 4 days out of the school week, but 5, but they are full choice with specific interest criteria, actually the same interest criteria and exit criteria as Pompano High School. You have McFadder Technical High School, you had Sheridan Tech, and Atlantic Tech all have interest criteria of a level 3 or above on the FAST PM3 test, and also maintaining a 2.5 GPA. All of those schools maintain an A grade. The other full choice school without an interest criteria was Nova High School, and they were a B school. Some of the things that we also compared, bringing back to the board, was community service hours. We didn't see any strong correlation with community service hours. In the chart in the slide deck, you will see that many of the other schools that actually have a 5-day school week had more community service hours proportionally for the students that they have on their campus than actually Pompano High School. We also put in a specific slide to actually compare Pompano High to another high school within the same board member district that shows comparatively that there really wasn't a significant effect on the amount of community service hours, comparing a 5-day school week to a 4-day school week for those two different schools. And within there, you will see challenges and also potential opportunities for all of the groups. From their feedback within the survey, we were able to use some generative AI to congeal all of the information that we gathered. For parents, I know it was over 20,000 respondents and tens of thousands of respondents to students. And they mentioned a lot of great opportunities, more opportunities for internships, extended time for homework, extended time for intervention and enrichment opportunities, but they also mentioned a lot of challenges with concerns about the length of the day. Teachers mentioned fatigue at the end of the day. Students mentioned also fatigue at the end of a long school day, and also just some additional concerns about the social aspect of their high school life. We also put some impacts on safety and security that we collected from Chief Alberti and his SIU and security team. Some of the opportunities are fewer days, of course, might mean fewer threats and fewer misconduct issues on campus. But also some of those challenges, again, everything that's extra on a Friday is going to cost some additional funds. So additional costs for supervision with security, especially for Friday events on campus and after school on Fridays also. Research that we conducted looked at several peer-reviewed articles and also some nationally recognized education articles. And there wasn't a significant impact, if none at all, on academics when it came to high-stakes testings and also school grades. The only positive impact that was demonstrated by the research is impact on lowering student incidents on campus, because of course they're on campus for a less amount of time, for 4 days instead of the 5. We also collected some information from transportation just to see what would be the impact on the budget, or the increased amount of impact on budget. And as a result of a possibility of shrinking the down to 4-day school week, and the starting time is earlier and ending later, it does have a ripple effect across elementary and middle school transportation schedules, which would require more drivers and possibly more buses, having an impact of about $19 million. We also talked to food and nutrition. It talked about the impact of not having school on Friday for high school students. The revenues that could possibly be lost would be $3.5 million. The food and nutrition service only gets reimbursed for the meals that are served. So you would have a full day of meals that would not be served on a high school campus. Also, the impact on food and nutrition employees, they would lose Friday daily salary, which would be an impact about 290 employees. Also, the amount of of lunches and breakfasts that are served on Fridays will be impacted. We serve approximately 822,000 lunches and 233,000 breakfast meals at the high school level on Fridays. So it'd be less those meals also. Also noted, we were remiss if I didn't talk about one of our fragile populations also with our ESC students, where there are some opportunities for them with more extended experiences on Fridays, but also some challenges where for childcare, especially for our fragile population, also concerning about meals that students would not be provided on the Friday if they're at home, and the challenges of childcare for some of our fragile populations of students on those Fridays for our ESC students. So with that, Board Chair, I'll open it up for any discussion.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just have a few questions and some comments. So could you tell us again, for Pompano Beach High School, and I know you mentioned certain requirements to get into Pompano Beach. So for students entering Pompano Beach, tell us again what the requirements are.
It is a level 3 on the FAST PM3 assessment.
Okay.
And they have to maintain a 2.5 GPA while attending Pompano High School.
Okay, so, I'm sorry? So if they drop below a 2.5 while attending, they're then removed from the school, correct?
Correct.
So just want to make, it was interesting that, I'm glad we did the research, Dr. Hepburn, but it was really interesting that the community gave their input, and some of it is quite surprising to me. I did not, it shows 66% of parents would want to go to a 4-day. I did not know those numbers would have come out so high. So that's quite interesting. And then teachers, 80%. And then, students, that was surprising. I thought students would want 4-day, but the student numbers were actually lower than that of the parents and the teachers and the principals. So that was quite interesting. But nevertheless, I think community input is really paramount when we're doing these things. But I want to caution, though, that based upon what you mentioned with Pompano Beach High School, that the 4-day week is not a conclusive factor that we can use to attribute to Pompano Beach's success and their performance. And with that in mind, we have to understand that part of their success has to do with, for lack of a better word, cherry picking the students that actually attend there. Because to get in there, you have to have a level 3 or higher performance, and you have to maintain a certain performance. So when we're looking at this district-wide, we have to be careful that we're not looking at Pompano Beach success as having to do with the 4-day plan. And it more so has to do with many other factors, such as the kind of students they're getting in the first place, and the students that the other criteria in order to stay there, you have to maintain a certain GPA. So what I would like to see, because I do value the community input, but I'm also very aware that if we're using Pompano as a model to say this is going to cause all of our schools to be, high schools to be successful, I think that would be faulty reasoning. So I would like to see, if we ever proceed in this manner, that we pilot test this at 3 or 4 schools with varying performance outcomes, with varying demographics, with varying economic challenges, and see if this is actually a direction that we want to go. Because if we move ahead in any form or way to consider this district-wide, I think it would be a grave mistake, especially if it's on the assumption that it's going to lead to greater success, because I think that is unfounded when we look at the real reason Pompano Beach High School is doing well. So, but because the community gave their input, that's caught my attention, that we had a lot of parents and a lot of teachers who would like to explore this. So for me, I would love to see that we pilot test this approach, maybe at 3 schools, One maybe with economic challenges, the other one with demographics or diversity, a diverse population, and another that has challenges with performance, to see how this model would benefit those type of schools without having a requirement for entering the school or a requirement to maintain any type of performance level. So that would be my suggestion on this, because we have to consider, if we ever move into this model, there are many issues, right? We have many families who have economic hardship, and that's why I mentioned having 2 or 3 schools that have these different challenges, such as economic hardship, students who are Title I, such as schools that have a diverse population and schools that are struggling, or D's and F schools, and see if this will actually work. Because if you look at a school with economic hardship, some of those families depend on the breakfast and lunch on Fridays. And if you take this away from those families in those communities that have these challenges, it's a major deal. You know, so, and then we have others with childcare issues, and then we also have additional impacts, such as, to us, such as the cost of district transportation and so on. So my take would be just to do this with 1 or 2 or 3 schools with these specific issues that would enable us to determine what are the problems that we're not foreseeing, that if we do this, that would occur and that we can work through. So that would be my take. Thank you.
Dr. Holness, I'd like to respond a little bit to that. You know, as we go through this redefining, we look at a school like Pompano Beach High and say, what are they doing well? My previous experience is this is what works. What I can warn us against is when you have a criteria to get children in,
right,
it immediately becomes a discrimination factor.
Correct.
No matter how you look at it, no matter how fair and judicious you want to be, you look at the stats on the breakdown of the demographics of Pompano Beach High, it does not look like our district.
Yes.
So as we move forward with this redefining, and as we look at what really benefits us, I do know the maintaining of a GPA works. You just got to get the kids in there, and then they rise up, and they know that they're in a special place, and they really want to maintain that. So I know that's in there. It'll be included in there, but we definitely don't want to dissuade a child who really was on the right track in 8th grade, maybe stumbled in 6th and 7th, to keep them from coming to a really nice full-choice school that would prevent them. So I love this. I love the idea of pilots, but Dr. Hepburn and I have worn this out. We want to make sure everyone has a chance to get in some of those schools and show how great they are. And I think that's going to be some of our success, because we want it to look like our schools.
Right, and I appreciate that, Dr. Licata, because I want to mention, just because you mentioned that Pompano Beach has 22% blacks, 28% Hispanics, and 65% whites, right? So when you look at demographics, as well as when you look at economic challenges and all of these factors, we can't say this formula will work district-wide, right? So pilot testing would be a great opportunity to determine this.
Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. Just a couple of things I wanted to point out before I give my thoughts. When we looked at how many principals responded, although it was 64%, there were only 25 principals that responded. Oh, that's true. There were high school principals. Yeah. Sorry.
High school.
I was like, wait a minute. Yes, it was more the teachers. Yeah, sorry. So teachers, the 1,800 that responded, what is that roughly in percentage of high school teachers?
Probably about half, probably a little bit over 50%.
So right around
talking
half.
about high
And the
school.
same thing would be true for the parental input, right? We hit 22,000 if you average a little less than half.
Correct.
So although it was, thank you for doing the surveys and stuff, I think we also have to put into context that we should look at and see who were those parents, where did they live, what is the demographics of that, so that we get a better vision of who it was that answered the question, that this was something they were interested in, seeing that we didn't really get more than half of the people responding on there. my thought also was similar to Dr. Holness, maybe do a pilot or two somewhere, because as I've mentioned a number of times, you could take the students that were at Pompano Beach High School and put them anywhere, and they're going to be successful because that's just the caliber of student that tends to go to Pompano Beach High School. So we have to keep that in mind when we're looking at the fact that they're always an A. Same thing with, and thank you for putting those up there, McFadder, Sheridan, Atlantic Tech, because they have similar criteria to be able to come in. True for many magnet programs. I mean, I was the magnet coordinator at South Broward. We had similar requirements. We also had waivers. I'd have students come in, do an interview, talk about what it was that they wanted to do, and we could waive them. So I think it's just important to put it in the right context to look at the surveys and see. We were at Ely a couple of weeks ago with students from Pompano Beach High School, and we kind of asked them, you know, we're going to talk about a 4-day week. What is your input? It was a small group of students, so I'm going to, you know, say that. But most of them really had more negatives than positives about the 4-day week. And the students at Pompano said, you really have to be studious to make this work, that it was really hard for them to be successful, but they were driven to be successful, and they had concerns for students who didn't have the support they had or weren't as driven as them to find the value in the 4-day week, because it was long and they did have to give up some things to be able to be successful in that 4-day confine. So, you know, those are important things. Surveys are great, but I would love also if we could have more information on what that is. And I think it's telling that the students are saying they're not sure about it, and the adults are, you know, of course, to have another day to plan and all of that. But students also told us that they felt like teachers figured they had another extra day to do homework, so they actually piled more onto them. It wasn't a stress reliever, so all of that was really interesting. But clearly it's important we continue the discussion, because we did get enough information to show that there was interest. So I would also be, would like to see a pilot or two in different areas that have a different structure than what Pompano is, to see if we could roll it out on a different scale. So thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. I didn't learn anything that would suggest a pilot makes sense, Dr. Hepburn. And I'll tell you, it's interesting to think about pilots for things that show promise. But what I learned from 4+1 is if you have high standards for getting in and high standards for continuing, so you have high expectations of students, you often get high performance. We only have 28 high schools, and the disruption to the community that would happen if we pilot this is huge. And so until there's some evidence that this would actually bear fruit, I would not be interested in a pilot. I think this is a great demonstration of our agility to think a little bit about expanding this to other places. But clearly our other 3 technical adult colleges that have high standards for getting in, guess what? They get high performance standards as well. So I thought Dr. Holness's point about cherry picking was the most salient point that came out of this whole thing, that when you cherry pick our best 8th grade students and put them in one place, guess what? They perform just like they did in 8th grade, which was very high. But the cost, the social and community cost and the financial cost of piloting this is substantial. And I don't see any evidence from this work or from other work around the nation that suggests that 4+1 is some silver bullet for improving educational outcomes. What does matter is clear, but also the research and the evidence on 4+1 is at best muddy, and I don't want to undersell the impact that a pilot would have on the students and the like. One thing I think would be fascinating to think about, though, given that we just talked about school uniforms, is we have a standard for school uniform. 2/3 of teachers, 2/3 of parents want it, and it comes before the board to have uniforms, right? It could be that there's a school in a special circumstance that would imagine 2/3 of parents and 2/3 of students wanting to go to a 4+1 or to pilot it for a year and see what impact it had. I would be persuaded by that. But that's not changing boundaries. That's not making radical changes. It's going to a community that says, look, we really want to try something different. Our teachers are behind it. Our parents are behind. Sorry, it's teachers and parents, not otherwise. Thank you. Parents, teachers, both by an overwhelming vote want to try it. I'd be persuaded by that. But until that happens, I don't see any data or information that suggests that this is going to lead to better outcomes or get us to our strategic goals. Unlike the presentation we're going to get next, which is full of amazing things that is our core responsibility, teaching and learning. And I'm anxious to get to that because there's a lot of great meat in that presentation. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Fogelholly?
Thank you very much, Chair, and Dr. Zeman, I appreciate those words because I was spot on. We all know our goal is student achievement. Our goal is to make sure our kids are moving forward, have the brightest futures. I didn't see enough data in there to feel confident in any pilot, especially even in my district. Because we have to ask pilots in certain things, uniforms, that's fine. You want to put a pilot for 1 year, see how it works out, how they like it, sure. Not at what cost for education, right? At what cost is student achievement if kids are falling behind for 4 days in our schools or in our district? So for me, I would want to see more data, more results to even consider a pilot. But I appreciate the presentation, appreciate the time for us to talk about it. At least we're having the conversation, starting to look at those things. But yeah, not right now. That's where I'm at. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. While I appreciate the interest for parents, you have to ask, is this the right time? Is this the time to actually be spending money, a significant amount with transportation? Also, you would have some employees in food and nutrition that would possibly not get paid on those Fridays. How would the food get to the kids and the families? I think we need to spend a lot more time on doing the reimagining for our schools and being able to understand what the public wants us to do. So I think the conversation should be part of the reimagining education, absolutely. But at the moment, we just don't have the money to be able to do this. And I'm trying to think back. I believe, and please, Dr. Wanza, get me if I'm wrong here, that Blanche Ely did do a pilot. And I don't believe it was super successful.
Thank you. So Blanche Ely was the first school to operate on a 4+1, as you are saying. And then when Pompano Beach High opened as an off-campus to Blanche Ely, they naturally opened as a 4+1. And over the years, because of issues cited in the presentation, the school's administration were with the community and they elected to go back to the full 5 days.
Right. But would I be interested in doing a pilot down the road? Absolutely. It's just not right now. It's not the right time for it. We need to keep focusing on the students and our families right this minute. And I can tell you as a mom whose daughter went through Pompano Beach High School, it's extremely rigorous. And the best part that I can say is she's a teacher now, I can't say this. She did well, but she was extremely ready for college. That is one thing that Pompano Beach High School does, as well as Atlantic Tech and Sheridan. They get those kids ready for the next step. I mean, completely ready. I think that was it for that. I didn't really see the data that would line up with this as well. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So although this may not be scientific research here, but I think we have revealing data. We have 22,000 respondents from parents. 22,000 people responded to say where 66% said they would like for us to explore this, right? And then we also have 1,800 high school teachers responded. So I think we have to be careful in minimizing the relevance of this information. It may not be scientific data, but it is relevant data, and it is substantive because a lot of people who responded, a lot of parents, and a lot of teachers. So I would be very cautious in creating the impression that this data that we have, although it's not scientific, that it is not substantive or relevant. So based on that, and it is really important that when we put something out to the community, that we also convey a message that we are valuing what you're saying, and there's a reason we're putting this out to you. So we did. We sent this out, and we got their input. So now that we've gotten their input, I'm not saying it's the only factor that we should use to move forward. We should look at all factors, as I did when I questioned the reason Pompano Beach is currently successful may not be attributed to the 4-day, but probably to their requirements in entering the school and so on. However, we cannot put something out to the community and then come back and not put great relevance on their input. So, and I'm not saying that's what we're doing, but I think the data is substantive. Having 22,000 people responded is substantive data. So what I think is, since the community is saying to us, and majority of the parents and the teachers are saying, we would like to consider this, then I think we should have some gesture in that regards to say, well, we heard your input, and we're not sure this will necessarily work, but if we pilot test 1 or 2 schools, we can get back to you, and we can let you know what the outcome of that is, which would be more objective outcome, because now we put it out there, we tested it, we have relevant information, but to subjectively say, well, it's not going to work, I'm not going to test it. I think that getting their input in the first place, knowing that this is the conclusion that we're going to come up with, does not put much relevance on the community input. So I think pilot testing will give us the answer whether or not this works, as long as it's done properly, because I think the concern that we have is, will this work if we don't have an entrance requirement? Will this work for communities that have economic hardship? Will this work for schools with performance issues? And so on and so forth. And until we pilot test, we will never know the answer. So we may pilot test and determine that that doesn't work, and then we can always retract. But I think it would be a good gesture to the community to say, we hear you, we're going to pilot test this, and there doesn't have to be an urgency on this, because I think we have bigger things we're working on, Dr. Licata. But so there doesn't have to be an urgency, but I think that we have to show that we value the input of the community, and at some point move forward to pilot test 1 or 2 schools with the input that we've got from the community to determine if this will work or not.
Mrs. Pham, did you want to speak?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Hepburn, I'm interested in your pilot program. I think it would be really great to explore some options here. Some of the things that I'm noting is the greatest majority of people that want this program 4 days a week are teachers at 80%, followed by our principals at 64%, by our parents at 66%, and then our principals. The lowest ranking here that didn't want the 4-day work week, surprisingly, was the students, which I would have thought it would have been the opposite.
So I would add to not to just pay attention to the respondents and if they favored a 4-day school week or not, but to actually look at the 2 other portions of the survey to see the mixed reviews of how they think it would affect the school day or their experience positively or being beneficial to themselves or the community. That's where you have your mixed results. So you have a lot of folks that are in favor of the 4-day school week, but when it comes to talking about how do you feel if it's going to affect the learning on your campus or your experience in school, it starts turning into very mixed results about how they feel about that portion. So that's what I would pay close attention to, because that's the first question. Yes, I'm interested in 4-day school week, and then you start getting into the additional questions about, well, how do you think this is going to affect your planning time? How do you think this is going to affect your learning experience? That's when the results start getting mixed.
Thank you. May I continue? Thank you. I think the other concern, as you just said, is outcome, but also implementation. And people are concerned that how transportation is going to be administered. And one of my questions, and I'm going to leave that to the end, is about transportation. But I'm interested in, is there any kind of information or data, does having a 4-day school work week reduce violence in schools? Does it impact schools at all? I'd like to know that, because it just seems like our students are at the breaking point, and I've never seen so much behavior in which it's one student against another, really aggressive, or against a teacher. The other thing is, I'm wondering if there's any kind of data about students working independently, if this strengthens that, which will help their skills for college, in their secondary education, especially in high school. And also, would the boundaries in reference to transportation have to be changed, and what are the times, because now we have longer times during the day for the schools, and certain families, the eldest takes or is the caretaker of the younger siblings. So if that's going to be work in conjunction where they can still do that, Monday through Thursday or whatever, or if that's going to be impacted as well. Thank you.
Dr. Licata?
I believe there is some data on there about discipline, if you want to address that.
Yes,
Dr. Hepburn.
I did a lot of personal research myself on this topic, more than the research that's actually included in this slide deck, and overwhelmingly the research was inconclusive. There was no research that said it had a strong impact on student performance or academic outcomes for students. There was no strong research around diminishing misconduct issues. Some articles talked about that, but they correlated that to you're on campus for one less day. All right, so instead of being on campus for 5 days, now you have one less day being on campus. So of course your incidence may decrease as a result of that. But a majority of the research that I reviewed, it was inconclusive. It just didn't improve, nor did it decrease. It's just inconclusive. Couldn't make any strong correlations. Most of the school districts around the country, primarily rural school districts, went that way for the purpose of recruiting teachers.
Thank you for your response.
So on page 33, it says that results indicate that a 4-day school weeks decrease per pupil bullying incidents by approximately 39% and per pupil fighting incidents by approximately 31%.
And so that's the one research that we put in there to provide some information on that aspect, but a majority of the other research was inconclusive. So we provided that just to provide some balance for the research that we've included in the deck.
Yep, well, that sounds pretty good to me. So a couple of my thoughts.
Point of clarification?
Yeah.
So are you telling me that the research indicated that there's less violence because there's 4 days
Correct.
and less time at school, or that violence has decreased just because of the overall atmosphere of the campus?
So it's declined because of the lower amount of days that students are in school. So if I have 100% of my problem over 5 days, technically I'm going to have 80% of that same problem 4 days. So because the students are in school less time, less incidents.
Thank you.
So the information I could not find was about what happens in the community when high school students are out and about on a Friday unsupervised. So that's difficult research to find because the law enforcement and all those entities aren't doing that type of research like educational researchers for K through 12 learning. So that was the research that I could not find. But I can tell you from experience in not for converting a 5-day to a 4-day school week. As a principal, I was part of a flip where the high school kids were on the middle school schedule, and the middle school kids were on the high school schedule, and because the older sibling was not home first, and they were home last, we saw deviance in the community. Working with law enforcement in the previous school district I worked in. So, but couldn't find any definitive research on what happens out in the community. But I'm pretty sure anecdotal research, if we talk to law enforcement and whatnot, they're going to give us some information that may not support students being out and about on a Friday unsupervised.
So my question is, what does it cost if we were to pilot this at one school?
If you look on slide, I think it's slide 34. So this is for if every high school was to do something on a Friday. We would luckily we can have Mr. Marte right here beside me, probably divide that by the number of high schools to get a more approximate number, about $1 million per school. On slide 34, if staff was to work 7.5 hours on a Friday, this is for supplemental instruction or supplemental opportunities, and students were there for 6.5 hours. If 100% of those students showed up, it'll be about $1 million. If 50% of those students show up, it'll be about a $500,000 addition, and so forth. And then the bottom chart is if staff works 5 hours per day and students attend 4 hours per that day. Looks like what, about $750? Yeah, $750 per school. And so, yeah, the largest cost is transportation because it's a domino effect. It would affect the routes for elementary and middle school because the length of day is extended and then it fringe on both of those other levels' transportation schedule. So you would need additional drivers and additional buses to make it work.
So if we were to pilot this, it would cost $750,000 for one school per year?
No. May I, Dr. Licata?
Yes.
So if we were to have the same type of model that Pompano has where there could be teacher availability on Friday, slide 34 outlines that cost. So to pilot one school with teacher availability on Friday would be a little more than $1 million in teacher costs. The biggest issue is transportation. Pompano Beach High's transportation alone is about $3 million because they're all separate routes. They're different start times. So we currently transport high school and middle school children on the same buses because of the varied start time. We lose the opportunity to do that, so we have to transport them separately. I believe at my last count, we had 30 separate buses going into Pompano High School. So transportation becomes onerous. We are currently dealing with 80 bus driver shortages, and we're covering those by managing our routes. It is really a big stress to even do one pilot because of the transportation issues.
Okay, so this brings up another question. Are we paying more money at Pompano Beach High School than, say, Coral Springs High School?
The per pupil cost at Pompano High School is higher than most district schools, yes.
What is the per pupil cost?
I'll have to get back to you with that. I don't have that in my head.
Okay, well, that's a really important question because I think this board, then it opens up a whole huge can of worms because now we're providing more opportunity at one school than we are all these other high schools, and that's not fair. Okay, so I'll leave that at that. Let's wait till we get that answer.
That's not the only school. We have a lot of schools with differentiated costs. So I'd have to get, I mean, to be fair, Nova costs more because we're transporting kids from all over the county. We've got pre-K programs that cost a lot more. So I think we need to, magnet schools cost a lot more. So that one data point.
Okay, so we need to get all the high schools and what the costs are so we can see
Okay,
the board can
we do that on the district
that
cost
apart.
report. It goes to the state. They edit it and validate it so it becomes state data. We'll get you last year's costs.
Okay. So my next point is, we are trying to redefine our district. We're trying to bring kids back to our schools. So this whole thing came up because we're trying to think outside the box and what can we do that our kids are going to want to come back to our schools. So I think this could be an ongoing conversation as we progress and leave it up to the superintendent to possibly bring this back as an option if it works, if it financially makes sense, if it's going to bring our kids back to school, if it's going to help us get more teachers to work in our schools, I mean, that's the other piece of it that we have to take into consideration.
Can I respond to that real quick?
Yes.
So I know some of you heard me say this the other day. I was on Pompano High doing an interview, and I brought in one of the reporters, Hatzel, who's phenomenal, and we walked into a 10th grade classroom with 25 kids in it, and I asked them, who would not be in this Pompano High if they did not get selected to go here? Half their kids raised their hand. They'd go to a private school. Think about that. That's a lot of FTE, but also, to me, it's a better product as well. So I think that leads to your point, by the way. Big time leads to your point.
So my next question is, what percentage of students go to Pompano Beach High School currently now? Are they at the max capacity of taking number of students? And there's a waiting list.
There's a waiting list.
Right. So again, I know there's all these logistics, but I feel like we need to repeat that 25 times over. Whatever we're doing in that school, we need to be doing it in other schools too. Okay. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Well, I would say a couple of things. I don't think the 4x4 is the only, or the 4-day week is the only reason that Pompano is successful. But I would make a suggestion maybe for the to do one pilot. Look at, again, the demographics of who answered and maybe put it in a school where it's not going to cost you that much for transportation because the students would be coming from that particular area, so you wouldn't have to have the bus. And you remember we have Here Comes the Bus and registering now, so that helps us to reduce some of those costs. Pompano, Nova, no one's boundaried there, so of course those costs are going to be much higher. But if we did it, piloted it, as part of the repurposing, where it was a school that had boundaried students, that would lower that transportation cost significantly. So I think that's, important. So I wouldn't say just transportation would be a reason to say, no, this doesn't make sense. And then, as Dr. Holness said, there were enough people in the community who wanted to investigate it or, look at it more. So let's try one pilot. We don't have to jump in completely, but do one in a different setting than Pompano, because we already know Pompano works. So do it in a boundaried school where the community was in the positive that they wanted to try it, and then shake it out that way. I think it's kind of a compromise to what we're discussing here, but I don't think it would increase the transportation cost that much because those students would already be boundaried to the area.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Board Member Hickson, that was also my thought, because the transportation cost for Pompano Beach High School has to do with the fact that a lot of these kids are bused from all over the place, correct? So if we have this pilot tested with a boundary school, we're not going to have that significant transportation cost. And as Dr. Licata mentioned, when he asked that question, although it's subjective feedback, because that's just a very small sample, that they would have gone elsewhere, right? So we're not going to get all the answers that we're looking for until we pilot test, right? And if we pilot test, we can tell whether or not that's going to result in greater enrollment, greater student learning outcome, and all these things that we're looking for. Everything else, if we don't do it, is just guessing. And we have an issue with enrollment, and I think it would really be important for us to pilot test even one school and see exactly what the outcome is. That would provide us with real concrete information to go back to the community and says, look, it works here. But what I would suggest also, Dr. Licata, is that if we're going to pilot test, then it should be done based on a high school that would show a population of economic hardship with some performance outcome concerns, and the demographics is important as well, so we can see, does this really work or not? So I would be very careful in which school we're going to pilot test, because I want to know, with all these other barriers to learning outcome, if we pilot test in a school with these concerns, will this actually work? So I would say if we're going to do it, that would be my guideline, that we also consider demographics, economic hardship, performance outcome of the school, and see if it actually works in a school like that.
I can virtually guarantee you this will be a topic, not a specific school, but a topic that you will see in our first presentation about redefining that we will have as part of the menu plan. So you will all be able to work through it and look at the logistics, look at the clarifications. It's there. Let's put it on the board. It's there. We'll keep it on the board and let you guys move through it however you want. Dr. Hepburn?
I had a question, but I think you kind of answered it. But I do want to reiterate something that Dr. Licata said over and over during this whole redesign process is many successful strategies and practices that are going on in the district will be replicated because the parents, are demanding schools like Pompano. So we'll be pushing forward into creating those options with the whole redesign. But as far as moving forward with a pilot, just had two questions. To ensure that, for clarification for myself and the team, we talk about pilot, we're not talking about replicating the entrance criteria and all of that Pompano currently has. We're talking about the 4-day school week with some options on Friday. So I just want to make sure when I hear pilot, that's what we're talking about.
Mrs. Leonardi?
And are we talking about this upcoming school year, or are we waiting on this redesign process? Okay, that's what I just wanted to clarify.
Ms. Leonardi?
Yeah, just so to that point, I think if we are going to consider a pilot, it should be in conjunction with the redefining BCPS process. I'm open to the idea of a pilot, but I think it's really important that it's not a top-down decision, that it comes from a community, because I think the data that we collected shows that, some communities are open to it and some are not. And, I've heard from parents and students reaching out concerned about it, that we're going to do this unanimously throughout the district. So I just think it's really important that it's coming from a grassroots level and not just us, arbitrarily choosing a school. And I do want to just make a comment, again, to Dr. Hepburn's point. I think that a 4+1 model just on its own does not translate, and I think we've seen that in the data, to student success. I think that, we do see that a lot of it is tied to, high-performing students. But I think it's also important to note, for me at least, that we need to start expanding a lot of these opportunities and not make them tied to test scores and GPA. As someone who worked at a magnet program in Coconut Creek, I think that a lot of those programs would be very desirable to students who might not necessarily have test scores and would actually improve student performance because it would be very motivating and authentic to them. So I think that's a larger conversation, but I did think it was relevant to this discussion as well. Thank you.
Mr. Pogonali?
Thank you very much, Chair, and I appreciate those words from Board Member Leonardi. Going back to your point of duplicating what Pompano, right? And when we talk about the acceptance and certain students getting in test scores, right? The last thing I would want to do is create silos in our district and make more kids be left out. That's what I wouldn't want. At the same time, trust me, I'm one of the fans of 4+1. I like the idea. I kept bringing it up, right? But I look at it and I look at our districts, right? District 5, District 1, and I think about my district and a pilot to say, let's try something to see if it works. Again, uniforms, I'm all about it, right? Cool. I'm all about that. But at what cost? If it fails? At what cost if it goes bad? Then it's going to be, and I love surveys, love parent involvement, I love community, but we're not going to go to them when kids are failing. They come to us. That's our responsibility. That is our choice to make. So for me, I don't want to get to the point when I say pilot, it's good to try some things out, try programs, different. Our kids are not going to be guinea pigs to fail or pass. I don't want to be there. So for me, I want to make sure that we're setting them up for success. If I see data that shows they're going to be successful, I'm all about it. But for me, I don't want to test them to say we're going to be a year behind trying to catch our kids up because 4+1 didn't work in a situation or not. And like I said, I want to go back to that. I just don't want to create the silo feelings. I just feel like that's just what it's becoming. Because if we do that in every district and we start doing that and start pulling kids, that's where I believe every kid deserves to have access to the best programs, the best classes, the best facilities. Redefining, that's what we're talking about. Every child deserves that. So that's just where I'm at. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So I think I have everybody's input except Mrs. Hickson. Okay, Ms. Rupert, then Ms. Hickson, Dr. Zeman.
Thank you. Thanks to my colleagues for sharing so openly. I'm wondering, through the superintendent to Dr. Hepburn, how many of our high schools currently have programs that we used to call careers at our schools? So I'll use an example: cosmetology, carpentry, etc. Because if we want to keep our students where they are, or we want to give them more opportunities, I know a lot of my schools, the kids ask me, why can't we have this? You know, and I said, well, we kind of do it in a career center, and it's a career in a year, but it's not what they specifically want to have at their school. And these are kids that really need a reason to stay in school. So I'm just wondering about that. I don't know if you know the answer or.
I personally don't have the answer with me right now. I know Ms. Formosa is here.
And I'll start it with that answer. Ms. Rupert, yes, we have some of the best technical colleges in the state. It was always the envy of mine when I looked across the border. I was so envious of what was here. But again, and I mean to lean on everyone's point, specifically recently, Mr. Dr. Fogenholy. Sorry. It just, and Ms. Leonardi said, it gives a kid a purpose. It gives them the reason to rise.
Right.
They had a bad 6th grade, 7th grade, maybe half of 8th grade. And all of a sudden they get to rise, but they get that opportunity. And we have to start looking at more electives in those areas. I know that when you were hired, 4 months ago, that was what we talked about, expansion of that within the schools so we can have the kids staying at the schools and trying to transport them. Diesel fuel is the worst investment for education. And keep that in mind. It's the worst investment. So if you want to add on to that, I know you're a veteran now in the field of 4 months.
Right, and I knew that because I represent 2 of the schools that we're discussing today. So I don't know what this looks like, but I do know that many of our students are asking for these and they would like to stay at their school. So that's why I said instead of a pilot at this moment, we really need to figure out, we know that we have a 300 or so student wait list for Atlantic Tech and a 300 plus for Pompano Beach High School. That's 600 kids right there. So, but those are with the criteria that we talked about.
Yeah, the data from the other night also suggests from the parents from last Thursday, and I expect us to get more of that, programming. Right. Trust first, programming second.
Right.
So, and then facilities was third for anyone wanting to know. That was their big concern as well.
Nice. So that conversation, I'm hoping that we will hear from the public, that what our students would like to have, I don't know, call it an a la carte menu at their school. You know, we do the magnet programs, and remind me again, do we pay for the buses for magnet? Yes, right? So that's a big situation there. So if we could get these programs in some of our schools where the high demand or high needed, and these are our kids that are hopefully walking, if not, it's a shorter term for them. So I'm open to the conversation. I'm looking forward to going to this week's meeting to hear about that and to listen more to our students about what they actually interest them. So thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. I'm not being cheeky, but what I want to see is a survey of parents from Western High School or South Broward or MSD or Fort Lauderdale High School. That would be compelling to me, because a pilot in an academic sense and kind of a spiritual sense sounds easy. Go talk to the parents of Western High School and the teachers of Western High School and see if they want to do this. My view is that we have to take the voice of the customer. What is it that the parents and the community want from our schools? That's why these community conversations are so valuable. If the community's asking for 4+1 alternate schedules, great. If a school votes for it, let's go. But for us from this table to say that there's some evidence that suggests that the juice is worth the squeeze, it's just not there. And we have a lot of other things that we're about to hear about that are things that we need to work on. The next presentation is going to show that 51 schools dropped in grades last year and only 18 rose. You know what the community wants? Great education. Where's the 4+1 like leading to better educational outcomes? It works in one school because we have high standards to get in and high standards to stay. And high standards work in education. When you really set a high bar, things go well. But as I said earlier, if there's a survey, a real survey, not 5% of parents, not 20% of teachers, but a survey that's out there for the parents and the teachers to vote, and they want something, then we should bring it to this board and figure this out. But I don't see this in the top 10 things that we should be working on. I think the pilot would be a huge disruption if it came from the top down. I love being agile. I love thinking about repurposing. I love to think about re-engineering and redesigning, reimagining. I think we got to give the customers what they want. And if parents want an alternate work schedule in some area, then we can do that. But what they really want is great education. They want teachers to be able to teach. They want administrators who are clear and great communicators. They want our people to reach out to the community and talk to them about what they're doing. And they want more programming judged by what we learn. We're going to know a ton, by the way, about the voice of the customer in 2 weeks and 3 days. When we have the final results back from the thought exchange, when we get to run them through the algorithm and come back and say, here's the top 10 ideas that we got from hundreds and hundreds of people that took the time out to come, that will be persuasive to me. But I worry about surveys being overemphasized when there are such low sample rates. This is not a representative sample. 5% of parents, 20% of teachers, they're just the 5% that care the most and the 20% that care the most to fill out a survey form. That to me doesn't suggest that we have any one school that says their parents and their teachers and their community want to go to something as disruptive as a 4+1. So thank you very much for the time.
Ms. Hickson, did you want to weigh in?
Well, I thought I did, but I would like to see it as part of repurposing, not something that goes on to look at. Again, mine is kind of a hybrid of everyone's, that look at the data and where is the area that was most interested in the pilot, most interested in the 4+1, and maybe do the pilot there, but not as its own individual thing, but part of that repurposing when we look at where it makes the most sense. But I still think it would be worth it to try it and see.
Thank you. So I agree, part of our redefining, if Dr. Licata is as part of his, if he brings this back to the board for a further conversation, I definitely agree with Dr. Zeman as far as surveying different areas to make sure that this would be something they would want specifically at their school. So I think it's a bigger conversation, but I think it was a healthy conversation today to really reflect on this, and we can continue talking about it and seeing if this would be something we would pilot in the future. All right. Moving on, our last item up is the Teaching and Learning Workshop Part 1. Dr. Licata.
I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Howard Hepburn, product of Glades, and a very, very formidable force on the golf course.
I see you have jokes, Dr. Licata, with your single handicap. All right, so good afternoon again, everybody. Dr. Howard Hepburn, Deputy Superintendent, Teaching and Learning. Have my co-pilot behind me who will kind of navigate the slide deck as we move through. Also want to thank the Teaching and Learning team for all that they do every day and supporting our students, our school staff, and our leadership teams is definitely the core mission that we have, is ensuring that our students get great learning opportunities every single day as we push forward to becoming an A school district. If we can jump to slide 3. All right, so that's pretty much an overview of what we're going to discuss today. I know I probably sent you about 200 slides, but we're only going to go over about the first 40 just to kind of give a high-level overview for we're going to discuss, quickly going through some of the data, leading and lagging data, high-level overview of first and second semester academic plan. Also talk about regional office support for our traditional schools and non-traditional schools, and also talk about a critical schools initiative that's anchored by a recent $5.8 million grant we received earlier this semester. Discuss professional learning, and also highlight our 2024 summer experience, and talk about the outlook for our 24-25 academic plan. So the first slide for the data is comparative results with the 5 largest school districts in the state. And as you can see, Miami-Dade having the highest student outcomes, and Hillsborough having the lowest, and we're kind of nestled in between those 2 school districts. And comparatively speaking, most of the large school districts, when it comes to ELA and math achievement, are hovering around the mid-50s when it comes to overall student performance. Next slide. Reviewing our acceleration, middle school acceleration, and college and career readiness. This is one area that we're putting a lot of support in. Team led by Lolly Formosa, who's doing a great job and shining a spotlight on this, because we've been ranked among the lowest when it comes to acceleration. And we've been doing a lot of work this year, and we're going to talk about that a little bit later in the presentation. This is our baseline grades. This slide is going over the number and percentage distribution of those letter grades for all the 5 largest school districts in the state. The next one goes over our Broward County Public Schools, our school grade history for the past 9 school years. Of course, 1920 school year, no testing due to the pandemic shutdown. And then you can see the number of from A through F grade distribution for all of those years. Following is the Tier 3 schools coming out of school year 22-23 with their school grades, and showing the outcomes for their school grades that were posted in December. We had 9 schools on the state watch list with a D or an F, and we had 5 of those 9 improve. Notably, Endeavor Primary Learning Center moving up from an F to a B with the amazing principal, Ms. Beaver over there, and also North Fork Elementary moving up from an F to a C. So the next slide, based on our informational grades, and I always like to highlight the caution when interpreting informational grades, because it is missing a large component in student learning gains for ELA and also math. And as a result of those informational grades, we have 12 schools during this school year that either have a D or an F that is getting intensive support from our teams in the academic office and regional office. The next couple of slides are just going over progress monitoring data, PM1 data, which is baseline at the beginning of the school year, and also mid-year data. And as you can see, we're trending up as we should. I'm going to hop over to slide 13, which goes over our graduation rate that was released late in first semester. Notably, Blanche Ely High School, Boyd Anderson High School, Coconut Creek High School, and also Northeast High School that had an increase of 6 percentage points or more for their graduation rates. And Coconut Creek having the largest with a 10% increase, which is huge, Slide 14, interesting slide. Had the team pull this to kind of highlight our students' trajectory that are actually enrolling in colleges out of our local high schools. So if you look at the left side, this is the graduating class of 2018, which would have graduated last year if they achieved their degree within a 4-year timeline. So you'll see how many kids actually enrolled in college and stayed after the first year, how many actually were returned, which is the middle column, 2018% enrolled and returned, and then you will see the percentage of students that are graduating with 4-year degrees, or who graduated within 4 years. And most of us know if you have kids in college, the kids are taking a little bit longer to graduate these days. So I think the average now is like 5 or 6% for bachelors. And then you can see several graduating cohorts, and they're from starting in 2016 graduates, 2017 graduates to 2018 graduates on the right-hand side, and the percentage of students from those high schools that actually graduated within 4 years. I'm going to talk about first and second semester academic plans. So first semester, what we did, we really analyzed and dug into our data from the previous school year, really to identify trends, identify schools that are going to be priorities for us to really mobilize intensive support. And we continuously review data throughout the year, not just student performance data, but also classroom walkthrough data. Our team go to schools and support the leadership teams, actually walk classrooms with them to actually see the work in the classroom, to figure out what additional support the instructional team may need to support their teachers, and continue that reflective process on a weekly basis in our weekly teaching and learning meetings. And we're always continuing to shift support, scale out any best practices that we see that could be leveraged in other schools throughout the first semester. Within the second semester, after reviewing mid-year data, we really start diving into what's working, what's not, what do we need to leverage better, how do we need to shift our support. So the academics team in central office, they're focused on the acceleration tool, which is a lagging indicator. You won't see this year's acceleration numbers in this upcoming school grade calculation. It'll be in the following. It's a lagging indicator. And then redistributing support, continuously analyzing data. And like I said, it's not always just student performance data. It's also observational data from us with boots on the ground going in the classroom, supporting principals and their leadership teams and their teachers, and making the adjustments as we see fit based on all that information that we've collected, and also ensuring that we're providing the best service possible to our schools that we're prioritizing for additional support. So for elementary learning, academic support plan, the biggies here is realigning. The academic team does have what we call instructional facilitators within their office, who are essentially teacher experts in going in and building teacher capacity so they can provide standard-based instruction, differentiated instruction, for the purpose of making sure that we are meeting every child's need in the classroom. Also meeting with school leadership at critical schools, providing weekly support to those critical schools, and also ensuring that we're supporting our Science of Reading initiative. So just like elementary learning, secondary learning are doing similar practices. One of the main differences is ensuring that we're focused on algebra readiness initiatives. Algebra is a gateway course to many of our applied math and applied science courses. And so if we're going to support increasing our acceleration opportunities, we really have to start with providing intense support for algebra readiness to make sure we can get to that and ensure our high schools are offering more of those accelerated opportunities beyond algebra. Our CTASE department doing amazing work, going out to doing acceleration visits at high schools, making sure principals and their team have a clear understanding of the opportunity gaps that are in their building and making sure we're closing those opportunity gaps. Opportunity gaps are different than academic gaps. Sometimes you have students who are not having opportunities to be engaged in rigorous college level coursework on their campus or CTE courses on their campus, and we want to make sure that we're closing those opportunity gaps. Also extending more summer internship opportunities and also various field trips and internships just to make sure students get that high level experience that supports their interest when it comes to CTE coursework. The ESOL department is also providing support and as well as student services concentrating on mental health and well-being. Without that, students really don't open up that opportunity to learn if they're concerned about other things that are going on in their life and at school. ESC is always providing intense support, notably professional learning opportunities for our teachers. We know that many of our teachers that are coming to us don't have that level of expertise when it comes to supporting ESC students, and so we're providing intense support just to make sure they have professional learning opportunities so they can go in the classroom and do what they need to do to support our most fragile population of kids. So it's an ongoing support cycle. Regional office support for traditional and non-traditional schools, as you see on slide 25, kind of breaks out how our regional offices are set up with a regional superintendent and several directors and also instructional facilitators, similar to the academic department. In central office, they have instructional facilitators that go in and support, provide direct support to teachers. The directors and regional superintendents provide direct support to principals and their leadership team, just to make sure there's a strong cycle of instructional leadership supporting teachers and in turn providing the best service possible to our students to ensure quality learning opportunities. And you can see the number of schools for each region that the regional superintendents, that's under the regional superintendent's purview. And they also have a support plan that they utilize to support schools. Professional learning opportunities, a strong focus on school and culture and climate. Their instructional facilitators go out and support specific content areas if there's a weakness that they've observed from their observations and going to observe classrooms and walk with the leadership teams to see what's going on inside the building. And also just constant leadership coaching. With a school district this large, there's always turnover in leadership. And so that is one of the main tasks that they perform, is providing leadership coaching to make sure we have strong leaders in the building who can get the work done and support the teachers, community, and staff as needed for quality learning opportunities inside the building. Also, they have a second semester support plan that's aligned with the central office academic team. Same cycle of analyzing data, ensuring that we're making the right adjustments based on the school needs and prioritizing our schools based on the data, student performance, and also boots on the ground of what we've observed, and making those adjustments and deploying support as needed. And you'll see deep inside the deck that the parts that we won't go over, that they do tier their schools based on the support that they actually need. So certain key performance indicators when it comes to student performance, discipline and misconduct from students, classroom observations performed by the regional office directors and their instructional facilitators to really create a tiered system to make sure that we're providing support as needed based on the information we've collected as we visit our schools. slide 28, just going over just what one would call a crunch time plan in most school districts of how we're going to support schools and how we're going to pivot and deploy support differently for second semester based on the mid-year data that we've observed, and that plan is already in action. One thing that we did probably about 2 or 3 weeks ago, we had all of our focus and priority schools here in the building, notably our DNF schools, and also some schools, some C schools of concerns were in the building to observe and listen for best practices. And those principals came in, they presented their action plan for the second semester, and the most important thing, they were able to access about additional support that they need, be it operations all the way to instructions. Because sometimes operational things get in the way or interfere with instruction. So we wanted to make sure we take away every barrier possible so that the school leadership team can concentrate on instruction in their building. I talked about the $5.8 million grant that we received earlier this semester, and we're using that to target our critical schools. And so based on state key performance indicators, we've identified 145 critical schools. And the services that we're providing is totally around supporting leadership teams in becoming turnaround school leaders to do the intense work that it takes to actually improve academics in their building. So there's a bevy of things listed there on slide 29 that we're embarking on starting right now and also into the academic 2024-25 school year. I'm going to jump to slide 31 to leveraging the opportunities through this grant. And as you can see, this is a kind of a sliding heat map. You can see on the left, the unshaded is what all schools are receiving, principals, coaches, and teachers, as far as support, monthly principal sessions, and extended learning opportunity and the like. And then you can see some of the intense support that the critical schools are receiving in the pink or salmon color shaded area to show the difference in support strategies between critical schools versus schools that aren't on our focus or priority list. Of course, there's always a district-wide professional learning that we always embark on to make sure there's consistency throughout the district for especially some of our core instructional materials, core instructional strategies that we're leveraging across the district. And we've already started planning and executing for our Summer Experience 2024, which is going to be a 4-week program starting on June 24th to July 18th, Monday through Thursday. Focused on, of course, our statutory programs that we have to do for third grade reading, ESY, and VPK. We're also offering opportunities for rising 9th graders who struggle in 8th grade math, just to make sure they're ready. Algebra is that gateway course for those students who haven't had the opportunity to take it in middle school, and we want to make sure those students have some great accelerated opportunities later on in their high school career. Boot camps for students that need concordance scores to graduate. Also targeted 7th grade students so our goal is also to increase algebra enrollment in 8th grade. So we're going to target 7th graders that are showing that potential and prepare them accordingly so they're successful in algebra in 8th grade also. And also some course recovery opportunities throughout that summer experience. And on slide 34, you'll see the designation of the amount of schools per area that we're targeting. 5 host schools for elementary in the north and the south, 7 in central, and 2 host high schools per region. And make sure we can accommodate many of the students that we're targeting for those opportunities. Slide 35 is just the start of what are the outlook for our 24-25 academic plan. And there's 4 themes or 4 pillars that we're going to be focusing on for academic 24-25 plan. The first is personalized and standard-based instruction, and that personalization is centered around differentiation. We want to make sure our students get exactly what they need to be successful in the classroom. Also, acceleration. You heard earlier we're one of the lowest performing when it comes to acceleration, and so that's going to be a target for us to increase our accelerated opportunities to make sure our students are more competitive versus our neighbors to the north and the and south of us. And also intense focus on intervention. You hear intervention, but sometimes you don't hear the word enrichment a lot. So we're going to make sure that we're focused on enrichment opportunities too. And also family and community engagement. I get opportunity as I go out and about, visit schools or go to certain events to talk to our parents, our community members, and sometimes our students. And that is a gap for us, and we need to close that gap when it comes to family and community engagement. So I've been talking to groups of people, our advisory folks, just to figure out, what are some of the gaps that we need to fill? How do we engage our community, our parents better, so we don't leave any opportunities on the table as we partner with our community members and parents. So of course, there's a process of developing the plan, and it starts with standard-based and explicit instruction, really continuing to focus on our Science of Reading initiative, also a focus on our numeracy plan, and continuing to support for our new teachers, international, and also our teachers that are here in our state and in our county already, and intense support for our leadership team as we do have turnover in some of our schools, especially some of our challenging schools, and then that focus on intervention and enrichment, instructional support for math and ELA. Slide 37 just kind of goes over what is standard-based and explicit instruction and how the academic team supports that, and pretty much is mastering the content and via Tier 1 instruction. We want to make sure that our teachers and our leadership teams are able to support and execute Tier 1 instruction first before we start hopping into intervention opportunities. So that's going to be a core of our work now and also moving forward. Also, continuing year 2 for our Science of Reading initiative, making sure that we're implementing that with fidelity so that our leaders and our teachers have a keen understanding of how literacy instruction should carry out in our classrooms. The same with our numeracy plan. We've already started that work, but we also want to make sure that we stay focused to ensure, sometimes you hear about students saying, oh, I don't like math. I'm not a great math student. We want to change that conversation to ensure that we're focused on not just on literacy, but also on numeracy. And I think we'll see the fruits of that labor in acceleration when students get into secondary school, where they can persevere through those applied math and applied science courses. And 40 and 41 goes over our new teacher support. 41 specifically targets, we have a lot of folks that within our system that want to become teachers that are not. There may be paras, there may be secretaries and clerical staff and whatnot, and we have pathways for them to become a teacher and be certified throughout that process, so we continue to grow our own. One of the difficulties we know in all of our counties in South Florida is recruiting people from out of the area, but we have lots of people that live here already who want to be teachers, and we're going to help them become teachers. 43 talks about some of those intervention supports and enrichment supports. Now, I don't want people to get confused that we're bucketing a student in just in intervention support or just enrichment support. Some students may be involved in both. At one time, you may have a weakness that you need to improve on. We're going to intervene and provide additional support, and you may also demonstrate a strength in something else, and we're going to make sure we enrich that area. And some of the strategies and resources that we have at our disposal right now, but we're always continuing to talk with our partners to see what else we can leverage to provide better opportunities in those schools. For next steps in rounding out the academic 2024-25 plan for the rest of this semester, especially at the end of this school year when we get the performance data that'll kind of give us our ROI on some of the resources and instructional strategies that we supported throughout this year, reviewing our classroom walkthrough data just to see what type of support our leaders and our teachers need. Really taking a keen eye on our instructional calendar. What we planned for, was it executed appropriately? And do our teams need additional support? Do we need to make a shift in how we plan out our instructional focus calendar? Analyzing our professional development offerings, instructional materials, effectiveness, And also reviewing how we deploy services and looking at our team and seeing if how we deployed services and who we deployed at specific schools, did their strengths actually match the need at those specific schools. And also looking at the return on investment for purchased instructional materials. This is something I'm diving into this semester. We spend a lot of money on instructional resources, and we need to make sure that there's a high return on investment. If it's not being utilized, if it has a low ROI, we need to get rid of it and figure out what's going to work, what people want to embrace, what's aligned to standard-based instruction, and what's going to support student performance at the end of the school year. So, with all of that, throughout the semester, at the end of the semester, we will be able to articulate a clear academic 24-25 plan by going through all of these things during the semester, really looking at return on investment, really talking to our teachers and leading through our teachers to find out what works, really looking at practices at certain schools to figure out what's effective, what can we possibly scale out. And many of you I see in some of my school visits, and I talk to kids, I talk to teachers, I talk to principals, I talk to community members, and the sole purpose is to gather information to see what's effective and what we could possibly scale out to further enhance our learning opportunities in our buildings and support student performance. And so with that said, turn it over to the board for discussion, and we have the team here ready to answer any questions.
I'm going to jump in quickly before that. We know that if we get every kid on reading grade level and math grade level, we're an A, right? That's our ultimate goal, 100%, because there's still, even if you get to 90, you get 10% of these kids that aren't on, and that's someone's 10% parent. We also know that we're going to look at earlier approaches to reading, especially with the science reading, phonemic awareness. We also know that one of the main things we talked about 7 months ago in this very room was slide 5. And I need you to go to slide 5 real quick and see the disadvantage we are at, where we were almost equal with everybody on a lot of things if you look through the data. Look at the middle school acceleration. That's a lot. We're giving up a lot there. And we're not preparing, we're not getting our students ready for that. And that lends itself to what Ms. Rupert said earlier. Let's get our kids more involved with the CTE, the industry certifications earlier. Let's get them in acceleration. Let's get them in algebra. It's not about the points. It's getting kids accelerated quicker, and then the points will follow. So we really are at a disadvantage because of the other columns. We look pretty good. We want to look like Dade. If you add those points in there, we look even better. The only problem with some of this acceleration is it's lagging data. We will not see the results of this year till next year in the scoring. But this is a high focus. That's why Ms. Formosa was here. We want to make sure that every school understands the importance of kids learning how to read earlier, but more importantly, let's get them rolling in middle school for our high school credits and our acceleration credits. So, Dr. Hepburn, thank you so much for that. It was very comprehensive. The team was awesome, and it's a good research point for us as we move forward.
Public comment, Dr. Trudy Germanovich. You can go to podium A.
My name is Dr. Trudy Germanovich. I looked over the 200-plus pages, and I was reminded of an article which was recently published in Forbes. In thinking about how this district should be improving teaching and learning, here are some excerpts. A new paper from Marone and Tenkins sets out to determine whether a state's big standardized test measures student learning, teacher effectiveness, or something else. The answer, it turns out, is something else. The tests are not measuring how much students learn or can learn. They are predominantly measuring the family and community capital of the student. In other words, with a high degree of accuracy, you could predict the results of the annual test of student learning and teacher effectiveness without actually giving students a single test. Their paper, entitled The Pernicious Predictability of State-Mandated Tests of Academic Achievement in the United States, focuses on standardized state math tests in New Jersey, finding the same result and offering an explanation. What conclusions can we draw from this additional research on the test scores? First, we can once again recognize that standardized tests used to make definitive statements about student learning and teacher effectiveness, to assess the quality of administrators, to declare a school failing. to pinpoint student academic weaknesses and strengths. These tests are in fact simply reflecting the demographics in the students' families. Second, if policymakers must insist that the big standardized test scores must be used for a variety of policy purposes, research like this suggests that the best way to improve test scores for students from less resource-filled backgrounds might be to provide them with wider and deeper experiences aimed at building background knowledge, rather than bombarding them with test prep exercises and workbooks. Move away from the overemphasis on test scores and move toward project-based learning and real electronic portfolios. Make teaching and learning enjoyable again, and you'll bring back many of the students we've lost. I would bet that Pompano Beach High School has the freedom to use something similar to project-based learning with their students, and there are other successful examples which could be emulated. Also, I don't know who put the rule in that if you do a written comment, you are not allowed to come and speak, but that should not be done. I've been told that 2 times, and if that would have happened the day that the teachers came, you would have had a riot in here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other public comment? Okay. Board member discussion, Mrs. Leonardi.
Yep. First, I do want to commend Dr. Licata for his comment on 100% proficiency in reading and math. I think we throw a lot at him as a board, and it is evident to me that he is focused on that first and foremost. To the presentation, I really appreciated a few different aspects of it. One, that we included college graduation rates of our former students. I think more districts need to really look at that, and I was really appreciative that we're starting to look at that data. It's really important. I appreciated the detail in the data. Historically, I can't remember seeing that much detail, especially with different subgroups of students. I had a question about graduation rates, but first I want to shout out Northeast High School and Siegel. They had some pretty incredible increases in their graduation rates. My question was about Fort Lauderdale High School and Sheridan Tech High School. I saw that those schools that are historically very high performing, that their graduations declined a little bit, and I'm wondering if there is an explanation why.
Dr. Hepburn?
Just a second, pulling up that slide. 13, and it was Fort Lauderdale High and
Sheridan
High. Okay. And so sometimes there could be a couple of factors. Sometimes it's not good data cleanup, right? And so if that student was, let's say that student withdrew but didn't go somewhere else and didn't get picked up, that student would stay on for your graduation rate also if they didn't enroll in another school after they left your school, or you couldn't find them. Maybe they went outside the country, they went to another state, and somehow they got into a different school and nobody called to get the transcript. So that could be something too as far as the data cleanup, and or simply the student probably didn't make concordance scores also. But when you have a minimal decline, such as Fort Lauderdale High with 0.5%, it could be a lost student that did not enroll somewhere else or enrolled in a private school and somebody did not contact the school to get the records. Could be a factor of things, but when it's that small, it's usually something like that.
Got it. Thank you. I just wanted to make one comment on the summer experience. I'm glad we're planning now. I do think it's important that we include our principals and ask for principal input when we are planning for the summer experience. Historically, I have heard some complaints. So I just want to make sure that they are at the forefront of the planning for that. I appreciate the focus on ROI for our instructional materials and resources. I think this board has spoken to that many times, and I think it's really important that we give everyone the resources that they need, but not extra. And what I mean by that is, like, as a teacher, I was told multiple times, like, you need to use X program at least once a week because the district is monitoring how much you're using it because they purchased it, basically. And I didn't find all of those resources useful necessarily. So I again, appreciate the focus on ROI for our instructional resources. And I'll just end by commenting on Dr. Dramanovic's comments on standardized testing. And I completely agree with her. I grew up not being tested as much as our kids today are, and I think it's actually very harmful, but it is the reality of our school system, and it's not determined by this board. But I appreciated the solutions that she offered, and I happen to agree completely about expanding access to CTE and extracurriculars and electives and project-based learning, things that we've talked about today, and making learning more of a motivating experience for our students and authentic and tangible. So I'll just end on that note. Thank you.
Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. First, I would like to say thank you so much for finally having a discussion about student academics and achievement. I feel like we just talk a lot about adult behavior here, and it was really nice to go through this and get a really comprehensive look at what's happening, and was very happy to see the PM2 results and where we seem to be growing significantly. Had a couple of questions and comments. I've been around to all of the schools and going back to where there's new principals. And when on the slide where we were talking about ESOL, I have a question because we have a larger than normal population of Vietnamese and Portuguese students that we really don't have the ESOL resources to support in pockets across the district. So how are we going to address that? And no one's complaining because they've said the ESOL department has been phenomenal. It's just that the resources don't really exist. So how do we help those pockets of schools that need those resources and we don't know where to find them?
So I'm going to start the answer, but I'm going to also have our,
Leslie.
Good afternoon, Vicky Saldala, Director for Bilingual ESOL. And you're correct, Vietnamese has actually been a population that we've struggled with through many years. We've advertised positions when schools have, so schools receive additional funding to make sure that if they have 15 or more students that speak a certain language, they have a bilingual paraprofessional or staff that speak that language, and that's required by Meta Consent Decree. We do have some schools that have vacancies for Vietnamese, have advertised, have reached out to me, but it is a population that we struggle to fill at the schools. I know I've been working with non-instructional to have at our next job fair, make sure that we try to advertise to have ESPs in those particular unique languages so that we could try to help schools fill those positions. Within my department, we do have Portuguese interpreters. We have a Portuguese community liaison who's working as well with the communities. Again, languages that we struggle with because we consider them unique languages, and just really reaching out to the communities to try to help us.
Thank you, because in the last couple of weeks, I've heard a lot of need for Portuguese because there was a huge influx of students. So just if anyone's listening and you want a job, we need you. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Important information. So along that same lines of the international issues, we have quite a few teachers that come from the Philippines now, and I'd have some questions because we've talked to a few of them, and they still don't feel like they have as much of the personal support as they need it. Sometimes it feels like we plucked them, we took them and invited them over, and then we just kind of set them free on the streets. There are 6 of them living together in an apartment. Sometimes people take advantage of them for rent and stuff. So we said we were supporting them, but how do we check back and make sure that they have all the support that they need?
I'm going to have, while you're going to take that, while you're coming up, I'm going to talk about real quick of actually seeing this at work, where our Filipino teachers who have been here for quite some time, who have gained a certain level of instructional expertise, actually being a direct coach for many of our newcomers who are in the classroom, and seeing the exceptional work that they're doing to support those teachers. And then also the understanding the cultural gap that they may have coming up over here, and getting them acquainted and acclimated to the environment, and also in our classrooms too. But I'll turn over for specifics.
Good afternoon. My name is Angela Brown, and I am the Director for Department of Coaching and Induction. We have assigned at each of the schools that the Philippine teachers are assigned to, which is 87. We have an on-site mentor that we pay a stipend. Those mentors are trained, and those mentors are the ones that acclimate them to the school and help them with to find resources and to get around. We also have master coaches that are assigned to the international teachers that assist them. And then I do know that some of our district departments, we still have ongoing training and academics. We have events that go on in the community for them. I can give you an example. I know Tom Albano's department, they had something for the holidays, for Thanksgiving and the Christmas holidays for them. We have trainings on weekends. We have after-school workshops with them. So we have a lot of wraparound support that support them, but most importantly, we have that direct on-site school support with them, with master coaches and on-site mentors for each one at each of their campuses.
Thank you. So my question to that is, how do we evaluate that? Because I'm just thinking, we often say when we complain about communication that we put it out, right? So we did everything, but if people aren't perceiving it the way that we would like them to, it's, just like a teacher that does a lesson. I think I gave a great lesson, but none of my kids learned the information. It wasn't really a great lesson. So do we just make sure, do we go back to the Filipino teachers and ask them, how do they feel supported? Maybe, is that the right person for that job?
We do that. It's just because I do support new teachers, and it's just some professions may not be a good fit for some. So you have those outliers, but I can say that we do follow up with them. We do have group discussions where we find out what their needs are, what they're missing, and we try to connect them with that person or that contact at the schools. But I'm going to say they are human. They are away from their families, and they are working hard here to send resources back to their families. So a lot of that do get in the way, but we have connected them with mental health services and support for them. I myself did a walkthrough at one of the schools, and I went and told the principal, we need to get this teacher, because she was in tears. She was in tears of missing her children. And we did a referral for them to get the EAP services. So we do check in and follow up. We have had surveys, getting their feedback. We had surveys for the principals at the schools to see how they're working. We have had district meetings to look at those surveys and to send support out to the schools to support them based on the survey data.
Okay, great, thank you. Because they are, huge help, and I know they're excited to be here, but some of them do struggle. I also just want to mention about testing. I have a goddaughter who's in 5th grade, and her stomach just goes into knots to go to school because she's tested so much, and she's very smart, but has such high anxiety, cries and can't sleep all night, ends up getting an A on the test when she tests the next day, but that anxiety factor for our students is so high. And in 5th grade, they should just be enjoying being in school. That's why when they get to middle school and high school, they hate school, because they're learning not to like it in elementary school. So if there's a way, I've heard from a lot of different places, we test more than is required by the state. So I know we need the information to move forward, but I really think it's something we need to look at and see, are we really only testing what we need to, or are we over testing our students. And the last thing that I'd like to just say is the instructional material. Had this discussion with Dr. Hepburn already. I was at Bayview recently, and Bayview is #1 in the county, if not in the state, and they do not use very much technology at all. They have a program where it's 90 minutes, and it's all about relationships that they have with the students, that they have with the staff, and how they arrange their time. Same thing at Eagles Point. They have the Leader in Me. Fox Trail has the Leader in Me. These are successful programs that don't require a large amount of technology. And as the chair was saying earlier, if we see something's working, let's replicate it. I really think we need to look at what's happening in Bayview and some of these other schools. It won't work everywhere, but it could be tweaked to work somewhere else, you know, and that 90 minutes every morning that Bayview does, where they're really intentional in how they're interacting with their students, I think could be very beneficial for the schools that are struggling. So, as I've already said to you, but I wanted to say publicly, I think it's important. It's not always, we don't always need programs. We need the students to understand their data, to own it, and to want to improve it, and that doesn't require a lot of software. So, thank you.
Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I have to give a great shout out to Blanche Ely High School's graduation rate increased by 9 points, and Coconut Creek High School by 11. Very, very, very proud of those schools, as well as the rest of the schools in our district. Dr. Hepburn, through the superintendent, you and I spoke briefly about iReady and the perspective, I can't talk today, perspective, thank you, perspective of the parents and the teacher, how it's a little skewed because of the benchmarks, and like if you can spend like two or three minutes on that.
Yeah, so I'm glad you brought that up too. We had a meeting with iReady recently where, and Dr. Cohn or Ms. Hollandworth probably can explain this better than I can, where the dashboard will be more parent-friendly and be able to interpret that information better, because sometimes we think that parents could understand what we see every day, and so.
And the little hint, also how it didn't align right. So you're looking at, like, if you're in first grade, you're looking at second grade. So parents they're not happy with that.
Yeah, they're looking at information of a different grade level or different threshold versus what's happening right now.
Right.
Go ahead, Dr. Cohn.
Dr. Cohn, Executive Director of Academics. So iReady has a scale score that actually does pair up with the PM data, which is the state assessment, so you should see a calibration of the scores. You'll also notice the first time this year that we are also sending the parent community information forms out to parents, so they actually can see what the data looks like in correlation with the state assessment. So this is the first time we're doing outreach to parents, so they're actually getting the data similar to what the teachers are getting. They know exactly where the students are in terms of their performance, and they can provide some anecdotal data in terms of helping them with tutoring and so forth.
And you've started this already?
It just started in January.
Oh, okay. So
Yep.
recently.
Yep.
That's what I'm trying to get at. Okay, awesome. That'll take care of that. I love that. Thanks so much. Also, a lot of our new teachers, and quite frankly, teachers period, need help, behavioral help from their classroom. They're, let's just say it's ratcheted way up. And I don't know, it would be redirecting skills, de-escalating skills, and this goes from kindergarten all the way up. I looked through this, and I understand, you know, we're pushing out help as possible, but what specifically are we doing to basically the teacher's toolbox, where they have some quick behavioral tips to be able to stop it in the bud? And I'm not talking high school, and this is elementary, middle, you know, it's across the board.
Yes, we are aware of the uptick in behavior, and I talked to my colleagues in other school districts, and we're all experiencing the same thing and trying to figure out what are some possible solutions to kind of decrease what we're seeing. And hence the initiative on more parent and community engagement too, so we can get some partners outside of school to support that. But I'm gonna ask Ms. Washington or Ms. Hodges.
Good afternoon, Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Academic Officer, and Dr. Hepburn hit it on the head, but also just knowing with Ms. Brown's team for coaching and induction for our new students, as well as Ms. Hudge's team and student services, really trying to go in and have a collaborative approach so that if we're going in to help with, whether it be teaching and learning, and we're seeing some of those upticks in behaviors or just not having, the best classroom management, having those two teams work together, going in with the regional directors so that we're having a one lens approach to really support them, and then determining, do they need to take a specific, professional development? How do we continue to support that? And less about just taking a class, but if you take something, how do we help you implement it and then put some plans together through some of our positive behavior initiatives and supports that are in the schools.
Right, and I think right now is a exceptionally key time because teachers are getting their requests for next year if they're going to stay at that school or the class grade, and we don't want them to have a defeated, everybody goes into teaching because they want to serve. They have a servant's heart, and we certainly want to give them as much as possible for that. I appreciate this, love it, love drilling down. I believe every superintendent I've ever had the opportunity to work with, I've always brought up the at-risk students and our subgroups, and I'm super happy that we're having that conversation to a larger extent now. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate Dr. Hepburn as well, and Dr. Licata. Thanks.
Dr. Zeman.
Thank you, Chair. To be very specific to the team that put this together, this presentation is thoughtful, it's analytic, it's very intentional, and it's courageous in the sense that it measures outcomes. Successful organizations do all of these things, but in particular, they measure outcomes. And over time, they learn to love, in the red, yellow, green charts, they learn to love the red because they have so much courage and confidence that all they want to know is where things aren't going well, so they can swarm, take action, and get these done. So from a very high level, thank you very much. Chair, is this the action plan that the school board asked for, or is this a presentation on teaching and learning?
Dr. Licata.
This is both. We included the action plan of how we move about, the logistics that support it, how it goes through all the way down to the regional offices and the directors, as well as the instructional materials and the review of that, combined with what are our extending or extended day tutorials with a key focus on maybe the summer sites and such. So it's actually a plan of how we're moving the up, how it's created, the logistics around it, and the personnel and the instructional materials that build around it. So it's all of them.
Thank you. And Chair, in order to fulfill what I think we would like, there may be some additional questions around budget, resourcing, and policies related to the action plan to make sure this board knows what we need to be making decisions about to support the action plan moving forward. To the conscience of our community, Dr. Trudy Jurmanovich, I will ask you again, and I'm sure you have, to go back to either the movie Waiting for Superman or any of the academic or non-academic articles written about Harlem Children's Zone. There is no relationship between a family's income and a child's opportunity or ability to learn. The systems that fund everything equally create the statistic that you created. But in Harlem, they proved that income, family status, values didn't matter to academic outcomes. And what they did is they focused on every child mattering, and they created an equity-based solution that enveloped the entire community. And in that 100-block region, they created miracles. And so I'm constantly tortured by that because the statistics suggest that every child of Broward County should be wildly successful. But we don't have the resource allocation right. And that's really a major torture for me, which is how do we get the equity right? so that we invest in students so outcomes are equal, not make some kind of attempt to make sure that the resources are spread like peanut butter equally across all FTE in the district. And we're not there yet. We're not at the point where we're doing equity-based resource allocation to the point where we get equal outcomes, where every student in Broward County, regardless of their family, regardless of their income, regardless of their race, ethnicity, age, geographic reason, they all have a great chance to be wildly successful in life. And I think that's important. Second point to you, while test scores have all the failings that you and Mrs. Leonardi pointed out, the biggest issue that I have with testing is that they don't test all the things we really want to achieve. We want human beings to leave our system and be wildly successful in life, not wildly successful at reading, math, science, social studies, and the other things that we test, but really to be prepared with mental health, with the roundness of their character, and with other things that will allow them to be successful. One area that I'd like to learn more about in terms of the training and learning plan is numeracy. What I see, frankly, is insufficient. And the reason it's insufficient is that we're moving into a brand new technologically enabled, AI-enabled world where numeracy is going to be the defining minimum characteristic for job holding. Technology and AI over the next 20 years is going to produce 95 million jobs in the United States. And it's going to take away 73 million jobs. But those new jobs are going to be jobs where numeracy is a primary concern. An alarm to me is that we spend 90 to 20 minutes a day on literacy and 60 to 90 minutes a day on numeracy. I'm glad that we want more emphasis on algebra to motivate more people to take Algebra 2 and trigonometry and calculus and things like that. But I believe that a swift shift to numeracy is a reflection of what our community wants. The voice of our community is that they want to create graduates that will be very successful in terms of jobs, future academic success, and the like. And whether we like it or not, as educators, numeracy is at least as important now as literacy. And I think we should take a lesson from our Asian friends in Chinese, Vietnamese, South Korean, and Japanese, where you cannot say, I can't do math. In those languages, that sentence makes no sense, and it's time that it make no sense in Broward County. So the questions I have are around numeracy, about the equity test, are we allocating resources to equalize outcomes, and in our policies that allocate talent. And I've talked to Mr. Azarito, I've talked to Dr. Hepburn, I've talked to Dr. Licata about this, but other districts don't require principals of difficult schools to go out and hire people that are willing to take on the bigger challenge of working in those schools. They centrally hire them and they place them and they rotate them in a very intentional and outcome-based way. I've advocated for that here in Broward for a long time. I don't know what other talent policies might make more sense, but until we get to equity resource allocations that equalize outcomes, and until that we use the talent that we have for the community that pays us. The county pays us, but we ask 239 principals to go out and hire talent. I'll never forget the job fair I went to where 200 people lined up at an A-plus school, the one that you just visited, Ms. Hickson, and nobody went to the principal next door. The first school had maybe one opening, they didn't know for sure, and the other one had 5 known teacher vacancies, but nobody applied at the school that was lower graded. And until we get our arms around the reality of things like that, we're going to continue to see marginal growth, but I really would like to get to the best growth that we can get to. Lastly, these are small points. I don't understand charts that have school board members' names on them. By law, everybody up here is going to work for the county's best interest. And I'll just leave it at that. One other small point, if we're trying to communicate to our customers, we won't use abbreviations and jingo that only we understand. A solution to that is to print a table of abbreviations or something, or just don't use them. But these charts are brilliant, they're intentional, they're analytic, they're courageous, there's a bunch of wonderful things. I either knew the abbreviations or could call somebody to get the answer to them. But at the end of the day, there's just over 2 million people in Broward County that we would love to read this plan and love to see how hard we're working to give them the best school district they deserve. But we repel them a little bit when we use abbreviations or education jingo that we understand, but the community would not. Thank you very much, Chair.
Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first, I'd like to thank Dr. Hepburn for giving us such a comprehensive action plan for our schools in terms of learning outcome. And I also appreciate the inclusion of having an ESC support plan. What I would suggest as well in the ESC support plan is that we focus strongly on monitoring the learning outcome of our ESC students by monitoring implementation of ESC accommodations at the classroom level. I think I've said it many times over that as far as our ESC students, and I believe we have over 40,000, right? Because I'm not sure what the numbers are. But until we start to look at whether or not we're implementing the accommodations in the IEPs at the classroom level with fidelity, we're going to continue to have our ESC students struggling in terms of their performance. And so monitoring for me for ESC students is not just looking at a well-written IEP by the ESC specialist or department and then concluding that they have a good ESC plan in place. I think the part that falters to me is the action. How is it being implemented? We dot the I's, we cross the T's, but going forward in the upcoming year, I would love to see a lot of emphasis placed on monitoring these accommodations at the classroom level through visits, and this should include teacher training if there is a problem in understanding accommodations and how to implement them, and identifying and keeping track of these students in their classrooms and how to effectively juggle both, how to deal with your ESC students in your classroom as well as the mainstream students. So I think that's where I've seen a lot of the issues. So I'm hoping in the ESC support plan, Dr. Hepburn, that emphasis will be placed on implementation at the classroom level and monitoring that as well. But I do appreciate this comprehensive action plan that you presented here. And I have to say, I commend you on hitting the ground running. And Dr. Licata is a great pick. He's doing an awesome job. I've visited all of the schools in my district, every single one of them, and I've spent at least an hour or more at each of them. And many of the schools that I've visited, they said Dr. Hepburn was here. So I appreciate that, sir. And it shows your interest in ensuring that our struggling schools, we have some struggling schools in District 5, that you're taking those as high priority. You know, we've met also every month. Every month I meet with Dr. Hepburn to go over the schools that we have with performance issues, and we go over best practices and the type of intervention and the data-driven approach in ensuring that these D's and F schools improve. And I know District 5 that I represent, we have concerns in that area, and I appreciate your attention to that matter and meeting with me every month to go over these things. Now, I must say that I am very impressed with some of the schools in my district. Endeavor actually went from being F school to a B school. I mean, that deserves a round of applause, right? And we also have North Fork went from F school to a C school, and that deserves a round of applause. So when you look at this, it gives us hope. It gives us the kind of energy we need and motivation to know that we can actually replicate this in other schools. And so when I met with Dr. Hepburn, I said we we need to look at the best practices of these great strides in performance of these schools and speak with the leadership and the staff to see how we can bring everybody to the table to make sure that our schools. So I enjoy those discussions, Dr. Hepburn, and I am so grateful to have you here, because I think going forward this is just the beginning. And we've seen many schools in District 5 too that other schools that have improved in letter grade, like Plantation Middle and so on. So thank you, sir. I'd just like to congratulate also Lauderhill 6 through 12, 100% graduation rate, one of the 6 schools with 100% graduation rate. So Dr. Radon, his teachers and staff doing a great job. And Piper High School, 99% graduation rate. Ms. Hardigan, you're doing great. And Piper is a special school to me, so thank you as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hepburn, and to your team for this very thorough presentation. The board hasn't received that in a very long time, so greatly appreciate it. My question is, are we requiring the teaching of cursive and life skills? And if yes, what grade does that occur in?
No, we are not. I actually taught my daughter to write cursive myself, because I don't think any school in the state is requiring that anymore. But definitely we'll take that feedback and see how we can infuse that, because it is important. Kids don't know how to sign their names anymore, to just print them. So
as far as the life skills, a lot of that's incorporated in our CTE courses. Yep. By every standard. We know that India turns out massive amounts of computer scientists and such. We turn out in the IT world, we turn out the managers in the IT world. It's because we have that incorporated in our business schools and such. So we have to keep that model in all our CTASE programs and our CTE programs, and I thank all of you and the applied learning as well, making sure that that's incorporated in there. But again, if the child is not in those programs, which we're trying to increase, they may not see it. And that's on us. That is definitely on us. So
thank you, Dr. Licata. I think that it's extremely important that we are teaching our kids life skills when they leave us in Broward County Public Schools. And I do believe that cursive is that life skills that is extremely important, because if their boss writes to them in something in cursive and they look at it and they can't read it, that's a problem. Ms. Pham?
Right, thank you. I'd like to, first of all, give a shout out to Ms. Rupert. Ms. Rupert had 2 schools with 100% graduation, and also what they were 100% in each category, white, black, and Hispanic. So there was only one other school that had that, and that was in my district. And her second school was a virtual school, which is great, but she should be recognized for her equity efforts. In addition, I just wanted to respond to Mr. Zeman before he left. I like the fact that our names are on the data, because I get specific inquiries from parents in my district about schools that may be 5 minutes, 10 minutes from one another, because they look at school choice and they take it seriously. So they want to know how to compare, and that makes it really easy for the rest of us to go right through those demographics and say here, here, and here. The other thing I wanted to do is thank Mr. Halpern and Superintendent Licata. I definitely see that Broward County is headed in the right direction, and I thank the 2 of you for that. You stepped into a very difficult situation, and you're turning it around, and the community is going to see that, and you're going to be recognized for that. In addition to that, I just wanted to say that you've raised the standards, and you have improved greatly the amount of commitment that the parents and residents have seen by a superintendent in a long time. You and Mr. Halpern, or Dr. Halpern, attend many meetings, you go to many schools, you're all over the place, and your energy is just amazing. So I hope that you continue to make this county better, and we look forward to seeing what the future has to offer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for those remarks. I do want to make sure everyone knows that the team back there has a lot to do with it too. It's easy to orchestrate all-stars, so thank you all back there. I appreciate those remarks, and we're going to continue to do that. We got a long way to go, and we'll be pushing this hard because students are why we. It's the reason why we do it. All of us up here, all of us out there. That's the reason we do it.
At this time, do any of my colleagues have anything to bring to the board or student success to share? Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. Just want to give a shout out to the Bobcat competitive cheerleaders. They were crowned the national and world champions this past weekend.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, as we all observe the Day of Love and Service tomorrow, I'd like to ask Dr. Licata to ensure that our principals will allow our teachers and staff to observe this how they want and feel comfortable. That, some teachers may want to go ahead and do service projects and so on and may want to leave. So Dr. Licata, if you could ensure that principals give a lot of latitude to teachers and staff that they can observe this in a manner that they're comfortable and that they're able to,
Knowing that this is my first year in entering this into it and knowing the sensitivity and the importance of it, I would appreciate that our leaders that we've chosen to lead children, massive amounts of children at that would use their best judgment in how they decide to have their faculty and staff celebrate this in their means and their ways. So yes, absolutely.
Any other board member? I just wanted to bring forward to my colleagues that our cell phone policy needs to be revised. Last time it was revised was in 2014, and in 2023 there was a law that was passed, and so we need to just bring our policy up to date. Dr. Licata?
We'll bring that forward with Cowart and Cowart. I think it's close to what it needs to be. If not, it has to be. It's there, but we'll just reaffirm it through Cowart and Cowart.
Okay, perfect.
So, what were you saying, Mr. Sullivan?
It's in the student code of conduct, so it is updated. The policy you're referring to, I believe it's usage on school board property, but I think that defers to staff and not students.
So we'll make sure it's...
Okay, perfect. The scheduled order of business for this school board workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the workshop.
Made it out early.